flagship station of the world champion Boston Celtics. WBZ-FM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Just an ugly evening for the Patriots last night at MetLife Stadium. They lost to the Jets 24-3 in a game that didn't feel even that close. Aaron Rodgers threw for 281 yards and a pair of touchdowns, and the Jets defense added 7 sacks in front of Maye's offensive line.
As the game wore on, similar to last week, it started falling apart as far as the protections. And it's not only knowing, how to do it, it's also knowing what to do. I would also say we had some injuries up front.
First of all, I don't think it is. Second of all, the kids need things that they don't necessarily want when they're little, right? Yeah, it's like, oh, I got to get this. You know, can you help me find a stroller? You know, I need the but. Now these are things that I could not care less about, but it's very important to my daughter. She's a senior. They have all these senior activities. Oh boy, just you wait, fellas. This is fun stuff. When they're seniors, they have all these the senior breakfast, the senior coffee, the senior Saturday, the senior all this stuff. And of course, you got to have the shirt. You got to have the shirt. She got her shirt yesterday. Instead of saying her name on the back of the shirt, there was some kind of mix-up, and hers just has Bulldogs, as in Canton Bulldogs.
Okay.
Devastating. Worst day ever so far by Katie Poole, right? This is awful. Now, she wasn't crying and she wasn't carrying on, but I'm like, well, it's a screen printing, thing. Daddy used to be a screen printer back in the day. As I was doing overnights at WWDX St. John's Lansing, I would actually make money to live by working in a screen printing shop where we hustled stuff to the fraternities and sororities, right, in East Lansing. So I said, I will try and find a screen printer today that they're not going to be able to erase where it says Bulldogs because it's a black shirt, Bulldogs is in white. What I would have done back in the day is I would have gone into the shop, I would have screen printed just a black block over Bulldogs and then put your name over it in white.
You know what you are like a little bit? He's like the townies from Breaking Away when he was in college.
But they didn't go to college.
Yeah, but
they were the Cutters, Fred.
Yeah, but I mean, really, he was like
they worked in the quarry.
He's like the kid on the bike and the Irish chick from Caddyshack.
Oh,
they're on the peripheral.
Yeah,
of like what's really going on.
Yeah,
he's Danny Noonan.
Yeah, he's like a Danny Noonan type. He's working 2 jobs in college.
I don't have my swimsuit besides I've never swum.
Are you Kelly Leak in Breaking Away? Which one is he?
Oh, no,
is he
don't do
Quaid?
that to
Is he
him.
Randy Quaid? Dennis Quaid?
You know what?
He ate 2 very unattractive men in there.
He ate 3 times a day, but his metabolism made 5 times a day.
There was the guy who rode the bike all the time. There was Dennis Quaid. There was the guy who played Kelly Leak, and there was what was it? Daniel Stern. Was
Daniel
the
Stern.
guy?
And then the star of Breaking Away is the one guy we don't know.
Exactly.
Who's the
guy? The kid who desperately wanted to be Italian.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know his name. I never saw him again.
But I mean, Hardy was there in college. He was doing a job like to service the alphas in the fraternity and sorority system. Good for him.
He was a hustler when he was a kid.
Listen, you can't just get into Michigan State without breaking some eggs.
Okay. So that guy in Breaking Away was in Django Unchained.
Really?
He is one of the more major characters. He is an actor that we know.
Interesting.
And you have to look at his current day picture to say, like, oh, I do know that guy. His name is Dennis Christopher. You've seen him.
Oh,
in
yeah.
stuff.
I recognize that name.
He was in the movie It. Like that's from 1990. I guess we wouldn't know him from
That's the real creepy one with the guy from Rocky Horror
Tim
Picture.
Curry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but he did do other stuff. We've seen him in other stuff.
I recognize that.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
And also the lead Soch, for lack of a better word, in Breaking Away. The guy, the pink shirt, the popped collar, the swimmer.
I hear you.
He is the real slimy guy in Die Hard. Hans Booby.
Oh yeah.
I can get him for you. Same guy.
That's interesting.
Jesus. You see all these jigsaw puzzle pieces that are falling into place. I feel really uncomfortable about that last one. That's weird. I never would have placed that.
That's it. Same guy. Same guy. So
Interesting.
anyway, there's a screen printing shop in Waltham I'm going to call this morning as soon as they open. There's 1 or 2 in Canton. I'd go wherever I got to go to see if I can get this done today. It may not be possible. Hardy, what's the drying time on a screen print job like that? I don't know. It's been 30 years. It's been a long time since I did it. And Wallach, the technology may have improved to this point. Maybe it's something
has it though? I mean, if you screen printing, isn't it still the basic things that you do? It might be quicker.
Are you telling me that with everything that's happened between now and then, between the computers and the cell phones and AI and putting rovers on Mars, that screen printing is the one technology that's just remained stagnant? Is that what you're saying?
I'm telling you, I don't have any knowledge of this. I'm asking you questions.
I'm asking you to guess as to whether or not screen printing technology has improved in the last 30 years. What is your guess?
My guess is it has.
Me too.
Your daughter will be so pleased.
So
she'll look at it and go, thanks. All of this,
I know.
And she won't give you the time of day on this.
I've already envisioned that conversation.
She's like, thanks. She'll wear it once and toss it in the corner of her room. You'll never see it again.
No, it is something that gets used a lot this year for seniors. But I do believe the initial moment, if I pull off this heroic feat, I will get a thank you and out the door.
Yeah, all of the emotional investment that you will make, all of the energy you will put out to get this done will not come close. Will more than double or triple the energy you get back in return.
Well, anyway, if anybody has anything, please let me know. Hardy at 985thesportshub.com.
We could have
you can email me.
Scott. Scott's a very talented artist. If he's back from the game today, we could have him just draw something up.
I thought about, doing something like that. It's like, can we just stitch some black cloth over the black T-shirt and like that could be done. I don't want that.
If you crap out with the place and wall fan later on, Hardy, I can I can put you in touch with Dave Tree. Dave Tree does some screen printing, all that.
You know what would be? I could just sign something for her.
I could dedicate a section of the podcast to her.
Yeah.
And just, when she's getting pointed and laughed at, senior breakfast tomorrow morning and say, hey, you guys might think I'm a real jerk, but why don't you check out hour 3, about 22 minutes in, the Toucher and Hardy podcast tomorrow, and see who laughs at who.
Was there a senior breakfast when you were a senior in high school?
I don't remember doing anything senior related.
Because I'll ask you this. If there was a senior breakfast on a Saturday morning, what were the chances as a senior you would have gone to it?
0.
Mine is 0.0.
0.
Once
Not
I
a
got
chance.
once I got kicked out of private school and got back into public school, like the amount of freedom they gave you, I liked it. But I was just, I never went to one prep rally. I just walked home. Like I had my senior year at one point I had 2 attendants. I would pick up the attendance twice. And one of those I would leave. And the other one I was with this girl, Nikki, and I would just get blue balled because we would go into the nurse's office and lay in bed on a cot together. But I never hooked up with her. So it was just really torture.
Jeez.
And then I had journalism where I would go out and say I'm selling ads and then leave. And then I had mass media where it was before like they had video cameras at schools. So it was like these like 8mm cameras. We're going to go shoot a movie. And so I was gone like 4 hours a day. I was outside of school. And if there was any kind of assembly or any kind of function like that, I just skipped it. I went to prom and instead of going to homecoming, I took a girl to Bennigan's. Skidaboom. And her dad got all mad at me because I didn't take her to homecoming.
So it wasn't just here. On my high school, we tried pep rallies and no one would show up.
Yeah,
everyone looked at it as an opportunity to get the hell away from the school for an hour.
And even like the kids that played varsity football their senior year, they like were over it like once football season ended. Like I played baseball like my senior year, junior and senior year, but like I mean, it's not like I don't even think I went to the pep rallies for baseball. In fact, I know I did it.
You had pep rallies for baseball?
Just for spring sports.
Really?
Like, yeah,
we didn't have that.
Yeah.
The one thing I remember doing senior related was the all night like party. You were almost required to go to this. And I think schools still do it after graduation.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah, you got to go hang out in the gym with, everybody else until 6 a.m. because they didn't want people, drinking and driving and, having some tragedy
There was
on graduation day or graduation night.
There was some incentive for us to do that too.
Yeah, there was some other.
Yeah.
And I actually kind of remember it being they had like a casino night set up for us.
Oh, I remember that being fun. I mean, I wasn't like at that age. It didn't require me to like have like a bunch of illegal substances in my system to enjoy myself. Like it was, but yeah, there was some incentive. Like you got something if you went, and it was everybody, and like the teachers didn't care at that point. So like I remember that being fun actually, but prom was a whole other situation with our limo driver.
You've told the story before?
Probably.
I don't remember that story.
I don't know if I can tell it. All right. Anyway.
Somebody I just popped open the YouTube and said John didn't go to senior breakfast because breakfast hadn't been invented when John was a senior in high school. That's not true. Now it was mostly puffed rice. That was the.
Here's a better line.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, they canceled John's senior breakfast because it was windy. Hey, thank you. There are petty people on hold. I'm sure you want me to take them on live, but I will let you take them off the air. They say that they can print your shirts.
Now.
This is great.
I'm going to go in the other room. I want to talk to these people.
You can talk to them in here. You can talk to them in the other room.
Do you want me to tell you? You want to talk to me here?
Not on the air, but I would. But unless you think it's going to be good. I mean, I can do it.
We should probably talk about the Patriots game. So let's do this. I'll talk to them over there, and then we'll come back and we'll talk about a freaking phenomenal football game last night. I feel like a jerk. I feel lower than a rattlesnake's belly not getting into this football game until now, but we will do it.
Well, I think the fans of the Patriots are okay with that. But by the way, just listen. You made fun of me by asking every one of those guys about that point spread. You teased me about, like, this is your new Hofstra, and there was a reason I was doing it. I wanted to make sure that they were all on record as thinking that the Patriots were going to cover that spread. Vegas is never wrong.
No.
Vegas is never wrong.
Just remember games like that when people say Vegas knew what was the line, 6.5 and it goes 6. It's like they don't know. They can't predict the future. If those guys could actually predict the future with lines, then they would be predicting lottery numbers. They can't do it.
Well, they predicted that line pretty well.
Yeah,
they got
a ton of action on the Patriots. Right. Yeah, they got all the money they wanted to on the Patriots. A lot of it dropped from 7 to 6 during the week.
And they had every local guy to say that there wasn't one local guy that said don't take the Patriots. Not one.
Yeah, Jets haven't looked good. Patriots were, hung in there. They won the first game. They hung in there with Seattle. They should have won that game too. Of course they're going to cover. Jesus.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. They were awful.
All right. We'll be back in just a moment.
Dutcher or is that Hardy?
Kinda looks like a poodle. It's an effing poodle, dumbass.
The Sports Hub.
Did you catch a game last night?
Hey, we're Dutcher and Hardy. Be listening at 6:50 for your chance to score a pair of tickets to see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco. Maniscalco. At the DCU Center on March 16th. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Visit the 98.5 The Sports Hub contest page for another chance to win. All right. 6.5 point spread is where I got it. And then 18.5 point spread after the Jets scored for the third time. And what happened?
Well, what happened is that the New York Jets established themselves as the superior offensive football team early last night.
Rodgers under center. Quick step back and a throw to Lazard. Moves around Austin. Runs to the pylon. Dives in for a Jets touchdown. Alex Austin whiffed down the tackle with a step around. And the Jets are on the board as they take a 6-0 lead.
You hear that whiff down the tackle part? Get ready for more of that because pretty much every highlight we're going to play for you today where the Jets are on offense should or could contain the whiffed on the tackle phrase.
Hey, Alex Austin got a hold of himself some jersey, man. He tugged that jersey, and that piece of jersey was about 5 yards long before Lazard made it in the end zone.
That one's hard. How are you going to stop him? I mean, it is it is. Listen, big deal. Statistically, he was the worst receiver in football last year. Mm-hmm. How are you going to stop him once
that
he gets ahead of
means
steam
he was
going?
due.
Not with Alex Austin, Fred.
It's like a roulette number. He was due.
That's usually how it works with players. You go from the worst,
Yes.
and then they go, your time has come, kid.
Yeah, finally.
Get out there.
We had a long discussion about those breakaway shirts last night. I'm like, God, I've talked to people about this, and it's by design, literally. Like if you're gonna wear a shirt underneath your jersey, you want something that tacklers will grab onto easily, and they won't be able to pull you down. I don't know how it's legal to have breakaway trick clothing, but they every skill position on the offense seems to wear them. Running backs, receivers, they love them.
Didn't it used to be a different way where the uniform was so tight to the jersey and they'd spray it down with like Pam or something like that to make it extra slippery so you couldn't hold on to it?
Yeah, read anything about the 1970s Oakland Raiders, and they would cover themselves with Vaseline,
right,
and go out there. So the guys in the secondary would cover themselves basically with tar, and then the guys that were on the defensive line would basically coat themselves with Vaseline. You are absolutely correct.
So Jets get on the board early, 7-0. Now, I've been calling for more inclusion of Pop Douglas and Jalen Polk, and just throw it to the receivers. I've hardly been on an island with this. And, of course, the first pass goes to Hunter Henry last night, but it didn't take long to finally answer the wishes of many people watching the Patriots. Let's get Demario Douglas involved on this fantastic, phenomenal highlight reel play.
And Brissett from the gun takes the snap, screens it left for Pop Douglas, tries to escape, runs around 3 Jets to the right, moves into the backfield. He's able to reach the far edge to the right side, and he's taken out of bounds by Sherwood. And Pop Douglas was able to outrun about 6 Jets just to pick up a yard, maybe 2, on that play across the field.
He went from one sideline to the other, no place to go. So if you want to run side to side, we're happy with letting you do that. That is also a theme for the evening. No blocking.
120 yards to gain a yard and a half.
Yeah.
Great. Neat. No offense, zero protection for Jacoby Brissett, zero ability to get anything going in the run game, in the pass game. Meanwhile, when the Jets got the football,
handoff Hall up to the backfield, and he rolls to the line.
Jennings got him up.
Anthony Jennings again in the backfield penetrating, and he slowed up the ball carrier enough to force Hall to the turf, off balance to the 1, and the Jets have a 4th down decision coming up.
No, they don't.
Jets PA hit the touchdown music. Just got to break the front edge of that white. I think he's clearly in.
It was very clearly in, and I actually felt bad for the Jets last night. I felt bad for you, Fred. I'm like, They shouldn't have to waste a challenge on this. That was a touchdown.
Well, I had a feeling it was going to go okay when Saleh and the officiating crew were yucking it up on the sideline when talking about it.
Isn't that what the whole replay center is supposed to be for instances like this, like goal line plays?
It's only
big
if
plays?
they call it a touchdown, then they review it. So that's why he had to do it. You get the challenge back. So but yeah, when he was yucking it up with the fellas on the sideline, I figured that. I think what I imagine is that the officials came up to him and said we screwed it up, and then because he was putting the flag back in his pocket and they were all laughing, like the officials were laughing, and so at that point I had very little doubt that they were going to call that a touchdown. There was. And anyway, if they were gone for it on 4th and inches, and they would have gotten it anyway.
I know, that's the thing. Do you really think the Jets would have kicked the field goal if he was ruled short?
No.
He would have gotten the touchdown anyway.
I wouldn't have kicked the field goal because the chances are, if you don't get it, which is slim, I would say, then you would just get a safety or an interception and score that way.
Aaron Rodgers throwing it all over the place last night in the first and second quarters, and not throwing it into the stands. I mean, nice streak of completions. Jets not content with running the ball. No, let's throw it. And he was throwing on crossing routes. He was hitting guys on the sideline. He was doing everything that you expected Aaron Rodgers to do in his first game as a New York Jet last year before his season was cut short. He looked like something approaching vintage Aaron Rodgers early on last night. It was surgical. It was... had it not been against a team that you would like to see win, it was something that was enjoyable to watch. And Fred, I'm sure you enjoyed it. That was a performance from Aaron Rodgers last night. We just listened to a rushing touchdown, but the reason why they were going down the field was Aaron Rodgers' arm.
What's funny is when you listen, and if you're like me and you watch and listen to a bunch of pundits talking about things, it's obvious. Now it's obvious that there's just no way that they watch all the games. There's no way. Because there was talk about how crappy the Jets offensive line was, and then I heard a stat yesterday. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. And then I heard a stat yesterday about how they led the league in pass protection, that Rodgers has the least amount of pressure. So I'm like, why are they saying that? And then they were like, oh, he looks old. He looks old. His arm doesn't have that. And that's just not true. Even if you watch the whole San Francisco game, his arm was fine, and then his arm has been fine. Now, yesterday he obviously was more comfortable and was running around a little bit.
That's what I was going to say.
Which he had not been doing.
Yeah, you were talking about his not inability, but his
reluctance to run,
go,
which is true because he hadn't been running. I mean, it's just a fact. But yeah, last night he was willing.
Rolled out to both sides, and made plays. And as a Jet fan, I mean, if you're expecting the Jets to go far, that's going to help a lot.
If I'm expecting him not to get hurt, that's going to mean a lot because it's as funny as it may sound, and I know you can snap your Achilles running, but when he got hurt last year just on those 4 plays, he just was letting the rush hit him. He wasn't moving, and then in the first 2 games, more so the San Francisco game where he wasn't moving at all, he was just sitting there in the pocket. That you're almost allowing yourself to get hit there. I think you're better off taking off a little bit. I mean, you can slide, right? So I think you're better off just taking off and sliding. So, but it is funny and listen, everyone was right. The Jets rush defense has been terrible, and it wasn't very good last year either. But some of the critiques I was hearing of the team just weren't true.
Right. And
especially, I know people hate Aaron Rodgers, but it's not like he isn't a talented, physically talented quarterback.
I can't stand, the guy personally, but watching him, as you said, John, rolling right, rolling left, and the flick of the wrist passes, to me, that is evidence of a guy who's starting to feel comfortable now. It's because if you're going to get out of the pocket like that and you're going to force something or you're going to tighten up, that's when you do it. Well, he's been doing it long enough to A, it's probably not going to happen, and B, once he gets comfortable, that's it. He's rolling out of the pocket, and he was loose.
The other part of it is, if you're a Jet fan, as Fred is, you now recognize that the Jets are very, very good. And the reason I say that is, if you're a very good team and you face a crappy team, what is your mandate. You put that team away quickly. You step on their throats. You don't let up. And that's how you know that you're a very, very good team. The expectations are there, and you follow through on it.
I'm not going to call them a very, very good team yet.
I think they are. And not only that, they got consistent pressure without two of their top pass rushers. I mean, Reddick isn't there, and their other best pass rushers done for the season, and they still managed to get to the quarterback. Now, part of that is a factor of the Patriots' offensive line, but another part of that is the Jets' defense is great up front.
Did they get to Brissett last night?
Douglas motions to the right. Brissett, play fake. He's in trouble. He's hit. And 3 Jets converge on the court.
Pretty sure Deso said Jesus.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hold on. Let's take that back.
Douglas motions to the right. Brissett, play fake. He's in trouble. He's hit. And 3 Jets converge on the quarterback. Jacoby Brissett coming off the play fake with McDonald leading the swarming Jets to the sack back at the 34-yard line.
Yeah.
Jesus.
All right, 7 of his first 15 dropbacks, he got hit.
By the way, Will McDonald IV, the controversial first-round pick of the Jets a couple years ago, has got 5 sacks this season. So let's relax with who can. Best, they don't need Reddick. Who? That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
7 of the first 15 dropbacks he was hit.
Okay, so let's take a break because this is a good time to. Well, guess what? If you're the head, and this is got to really bug you if you're a Patriots fan. Guess what? So your offensive line is historically bad. Your starting quarterback is getting absolutely destroyed.
Yes.
You've made the decision not to play your 21-year-old quarterback because, let's face it, the team's probably not ready for him. Pop him in when everything's going real bad.
And you have your 4th string left side of the line to protect him.
Yeah.
Because your 2 3rd stringers got hurt and can't play.
Oh, and by the way, the Jets weren't up 60, like where they were playing, like, their punter at, at defensive end. Like, there were still good players on the field.
No, but we need to play Drake Maye. Very important to play him.
The first thing that Maye has done, I mean, you could split hairs on clock management and but the first thing Maye has done that is absolutely just whoa happened last night. We'll talk about it.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots lost to the Jets last night, 24-3 to fall to 1-2 on the season. Aaron Rodgers, 2 touchdown passes. Breece Hall, a touchdown run for the winners. Next up for the Patriots, a game in San Francisco against the 49ers a week from Sunday. Red Sox are back under 500. They lost to Tampa Bay 2-0 last night. Even worse, the Sox had 1 hit and a total of 1 base runner for the evening. They're back home to play Minnesota tonight. Bruins went through training camp practice in Brighton yesterday. First exhibition game is late on Sunday against the New York Rangers at TD Garden. And Shohei Ohtani, 6 for 6, 3 homers, 10 RBIs. He becomes the first major leaguer ever to hit 50 homers and steal 50 bases in the same season. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Sparks Hockey. Sharpen your hockey skates at home with the Sparks Sharpener. Be ready for hockey season. Head to sparkshockey.com and use promo code SportsHub at checkout for $50 off. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
Just playing a little air Bobo over here. Just honking on the Bobo.
Hey, Jealousy, how you doing?
Follow you down. This is
Follow you down.
congratulations. I'm sorry. Second,
Congratulations,
Third.
I'm sorry.
third full-length album. If you count Dusted, it was a independent release, and then New Miserable Experience, and then
Hardy loves the Gin Blossoms.
Why? I find your place. Running at an artificial pace. Ready been forever then.
You know, I like its similarity to the Friends theme.
Yeah, Rembrandt's totally ripped off the Gin Blossoms.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
This is when Hardy was in college. He actually mimed this song while juggling.
Was this song playing while you were doing your act up on the stage?
Dude,
He juggled green lights anywhere you go, and then and when he goes, I'll follow you down.
Is this before the Mellencamp concert? Is that what was playing up
I
on stage?
graduated 3 years before this song came out.
Oh, okay.
All right. There you go. A little to Adam Trove giving Hardy a little joy there.
There we go.
I left the vocal part in specifically because I knew if you got to it, Hardy would sing along with
Yeah,
it.
you
And
got
there you go.
Yeah,
Harmonies,
you gotta leave the
falsetto
vocal part
harmonies.
in.
Look at that.
All right, so we left off with, things not going well for the Patriots last night at the Meadowlands. And if there was any indication that maybe Drake Maye was going to be going to the game, I believe I even said out loud, there's no way Drake Maye's going to play tonight. Drake Maye's not playing tonight. Oh, boy.
Shotgun snap to Brissett. Stands in under pressure. Rolls to his left. He's tackled. Throws the ball to the near side. A flag comes in on the play as Quinton Williams got to the quarterback. Another holding call against the Patriots. And Jacoby Brissett, slow to his feet.
Y'all relax. You're going to see
Helps
Drake
up
Maye
by
before you think you're going to see him.
Yeah.
He had to fix his shoulder pads.
Might see Drake Maye before you think you're going to see him. Now, I think Zoe said that because he thought Jacoby Brissett had finally, after taking hit after hit and being sacked several times over these first 3 games, may have actually been hurt. I don't even think Zoe thought that they were going to put Drake Maye in for mop-up duty, but sure enough, they did. Couldn't quite believe it when I saw him putting his helmet on the sideline.
Well, Tara Sullivan writes this, and if you'll recall, we've talked to a lot of these guys about if Drake Maye should be the backup because of this very reason. That, Drake Maye came in, and do you want to say what happened when Drake Maye came in? I guess that would probably be good.
Yeah, we can. I mean, we got a couple of things here, but I think it's better to talk about it. It's first snap.
The situation for the NFL debut in the regular season, one Drake Maye, the rookie out of North Carolina, the 3rd overall pick in this year's draft, on in relief of Jacoby Brissett.
Let's go push it.
To work with Gibson to his right. 3 receivers to the wide side left. Shotgun snap to Maye. Quick throw to the right. Nearly intercepted. And incomplete. With a beat on the ball by Michael Carter. A throw intended for Austin Hooper.
Quick throw. Quick throw.
Oh, yeah.
Of course it's a quick throw. You just watched your quarterback take a beating. Of course you're going to call for a quick throw. The problem was there was a jet linebacker there standing next to his intended receiver.
Drake Maye looked like a child. He looked like a child out there. I mean, it looked mean. It looked abusive at that point. And so Drake Maye comes in. He is 4 for 8 for 22 yards, but the good news is he was sacked twice.
The worst part about it was the second play or the third play, he was scrambling around, of course, under pressure. He wriggled out, turned 180 degrees to get out of a leg tackle, only to get body slammed to the ground. I didn't think he was going to get up. I mean, this is why I said at the beginning of training camp, and I still say now, you can't play this kid. This offensive line is horrible. It's the worst offensive line in the league. And it didn't matter. It wouldn't matter if Darian Lowe was out there at left tackle either. He's not much better than the guy who was replacing that got hurt last night. Caden Wallace, his first ever start as a left tackle, was not good. Now, Maybe you have a season to try and develop him. We were talking to Phil Perry about that earlier. But you develop him with Jacoby Brissett there, not with Drake Maye there. If you want to protect your investment and not ruin him, you don't put him out there at all.
So I agree, and I think anyone who is sane would agree. I'd find that decision to play him yesterday fascinating. And here is what Tara Sullivan said, which is in the Globe, which is very similar to some of the things we've been saying over the course ever since he was drafted. For 2 weeks, the plan has worked well enough with the Patriots. With a Week 1 surprise in Cincinnati, followed by the overtime home loss to Seattle, games in which Brissett didn't do all that much statistically, but more than proved his toughness and smarts. He stood his ground. He moved in the pocket. He scrambled when needed and found quick outlets. But 3 weeks in, the picture is getting uglier. No way the Patriots should even consider keeping their prized prospect in this mess. They should instead think about not having him be active as Brissett's backup, because too many more games like this and the 31-year-old journeyman will be handing the ball to Maye, not out of choice by the coaching staff, but out of necessity by the medical one. Had that happened Thursday, had Maye gotten hurt behind late in a blowout loss because his coach thought it was a good opportunity to get playing time, there would be no acceptable defense. Mayo and Maye escaped this time. No need to play with that fire again, which I know I don't like saying this, but this is what I've thought all along, and what I keep asking the people that cover the team: why is Drake Maye your backup? We've seen this happen before. We saw it last year with the Jets. They had no intention of playing Zach Wilson. They didn't want to play him. 4 plays into the season, as you know, Rodgers got hurt. They talked about it once or twice yesterday. And then Wilson comes in. He's terrible. It ruins him. He's the third-string quarterback in Denver now. You can't run with this offensive line, which is truly horrible. Horrible. And I'm convinced now that the reason that they were able to beat Cincinnati is that Mayo ran the camp as tough as he did, and the Patriots were just far more ready to play football in Week 1 of the season than the Bengals were, and the Bengals were kind of willing to trade off one game, the first game of the season, for health, later in the season. I mean, I think we can all agree with that, because this offensive line is terrible, and I know I haven't brought his name up in a long time, but if it's worth ruining your number 3 overall pick, the future of your franchise, to keep Joe Milton on this team.
I was just going to say, sign Zappe back off the Kansas City practice squad and risk putting Milton on your practice squad. Risk that, because he's not your future. The other kid is.
I mean, it's so dumb to keep 2 rookie quarterbacks when one of them is the future and the other one is the definition of a project. It has no. I'm now getting stuck on Milton. This will follow me for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Watch Tennessee this year without him. There you go. They might be a top 4 team.
Seconds, yeah.
That was quick, yeah. Right,
they might be a top 4 team this year.
Yeah.
Before it's all said and done. They're winning games 70-0. Milton couldn't do that. Go ahead.
It's a totally different conversation if you've got some kind of a line or some kind of a weapon out there that he could utilize, and there's nothing for him. And to put him in not only in that situation last night where your quarterback is getting destroyed, but then to leave him out there for the 4th and 10 instead of just saying, you know what, the game's over. What are we going to do? Oh no! Not only are we going to leave him out there, we're going to have him try and pull off some kind of a miracle here with very little time left on the clock. The game is over. All right, you picked up the first down. Congratulations. Then what?
They're going to go to the no huddle, but they leave those timeouts in their pocket. With Maye now on a 1st and goal to go, takes the snap, looks right with a pump. In trouble, he's sacked. Dropped at the 12-yard line. 12-second at 11.
Yeah, they're letting it go.
And 10.
Gerard's seen enough.
And some of the Patriots are already walking toward the locker room to our left as the Jets thoroughly dominate the Patriots.
Helmet came off. You're thinking, yeah, of course. As I see the helmet rolling away from the pile, I said, it's got to be Maye's helmet. What's a perfect ending to a perfect night.
Jacoby Brissett is going to get hurt. He's going to miss time. It's just a matter of time before that happens.
I wonder
he's taking a beating back there, and it's going to happen sooner rather than later.
Well,
it's going to happen in week 4, 5, or 6. He's going to go down, and he's not going to get back up. And they're going to put this kid out there, and he's going to go down, and he's not going to get back up.
He had to have been hurting last night. Now, was he hurt last night when he left the game? I don't think so, but I'm sure he was happy not to have to go back in there. He was slow to get up a couple of times. He didn't want to be out there.
It's after he took a beating against Seattle. I mean, it's only a matter of time. And now they have to go play San Francisco.
Well, here's the deal.
A week from Sunday.
Is that I've heard people talking about, you have this long week going into San Francisco. You should play him there. No, you're gonna lose in San Francisco the way you lost last night. Then you turn around and play the Dolphins, and then you play the Texans the week after, and I don't want Maye anywhere near that Texans defense, anywhere near Anderson and the rest of that pass rush. I don't want him throwing against that secondary. I don't want anything to do with that.
It has nothing to do with preparation.
You don't play a bad defense again. You play the Dolphins, the Texans, the Jaguars, the Jets, the Titans. The Titans' defense is good, by the way. They have a good defense. They do. I mean, why would you play him in any of those games?
It's not even that, Fred. The argument is, well, you give the kid with the mini bye, you give him 10 days to get ready, and it's not a preparation thing. It's a talent thing. It doesn't matter for Darian Lowe and City So are healthy. It doesn't matter who's there. The talent on the offensive line in that room is so bad that you could prepare from now until December for a game, and it's not going to matter. Your quarterback is in trouble.
You know how you prepare for next Sunday's game? You tell the offense, have a week off. This is a bye week. Go ahead. What we're going to do when you guys come back, just so you know, is we're going to put 6 guys on the offensive line again. We're just going to run the football. Instead, defense, you guys report every single day, and we're going to teach you how to tackle again because you forgot how to do it against the Jets. We're gonna try. We're not gonna beat San Francisco. We'll see what happens against Miami if you guys can put forth a good defensive effort and actually tackle people, and we'll see if we can win that game 6-3.
And that underlines the fact of how narrow a path this team has to walk. The defense has to be not above average, but close to perfect. And in the first 2 weeks, they tackled. They held for the most part the other team down, and that kept your team in the game. And if the defense can't do that, if the defense is unable to contain the opposing offense, and you fall behind, well, they were down 10-0, and we knew the game was over. Oh, 14-0. Sorry, we knew the game was over.
Yeah, all right.
Done.
But one positive is that Christian Gonzalez looks like he's legit. He was good on Garrett Wilson.
5 catches, 33 yards for Garrett Wilson, and the 1 touchdown to Garrett Wilson, that was an Aaron Rodgers thing. There aren't too many quarterbacks that make that throw.
And it was also forced to Wilson because he desperately wanted Wilson to get a touchdown in that particular game.
Gonzalez was there and missed it by what, a millimeter?
Yeah, he went for an interception, and that was a good pass. All right, we will be back. Bert Breer is stuck in what he calls horrific traffic.
Yes. Yeah, it sounds like a bad accident.
And then he took a picture of his map.
Oh yeah, just got another text. Might be here by 7:20.
Well, we got stuff to do.
Yep.
So,
but that means he stays late. So.
No. Oh no, because we have stuff to do. We actually have stuff we're doing.
All right.
So I don't know. All right, but we'll be back. Your call's on Maye, because that's really the thing.
Yeah.
617-779-0985.
I like it.
Because it was the first thing that they've done where I've gone, woof, that was stupid. Caller number 10 in the contest line, 617-931-0985. Will score a pair of tickets to see comedian Sebastian Maniscalco.
Nice.
Thanks. At the DCU Center on March 16th. Tickets on sale today at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Visit the 98.5 Sports Hub contest page for another chance to win.
You're listening to Boston, we've got the Patriots covered.
Back to the home. He's in trouble. A sack.
It's an all-new season for the Pats, and you'll hear it all right here. 98.5, the Sports Hub, the Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Jets kept the football for over 40 minutes, held the Patriots to only 150 net yards of offense, and scored a 24-3 blowout win at MetLife Stadium that seemed a lot worse than that. Jacoby Brissett was sacked 5 times. Now he's got a week and a half to reflect on just what happened to he and his team.
We got to get our energy back. I think that's one. Obviously attention to detail and focus is another thing. And it'll be a good time for us to, reflect and see like what we're good at. What we need to do better at.
Brissett finally gave way to rookie first-round draft pick Drake Maye with a little over 4 minutes left. Maye was sacked twice more and was almost intercepted, but he did get the Patriots inside the Jet 10 as time ran out. He went 4 for 8 passing for 22 yards. Aaron Rodgers, 2 touchdown passes for the winners. Patriots are 1-2. They visit San Francisco a week from Sunday. Before the game, they moved offensive lineman Chuks Okorafor to the reserve left squad list, which means his season is now over. Red Sox are back under 500. They lost to Tampa Bay last night 2-0. They managed 1 base runner for the evening. Nick Sogard, a single with 2 outs in the third. They're back home to play Minnesota tonight. Shohei Ohtani, a record-breaking evening for the Dodgers in Miami. 6 for 6 with 3 homers, 10 RBIs, and 2 stolen bases. Dodgers beat the Marlins 20-4, and as a result of this, Ohtani becomes the only player in baseball history with 50 homers and 50 stolen bases in the same season. And the Bruins held 2 more workouts yesterday as training camp began in Brighton, Massachusetts. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by 128 Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric, the company that finishes every job strong. If your home or business has a plumbing, HVAC, electrical, or drain issue that can't wait, you need to call 128 now at 888-CALL-128. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
If you've got the app, you've got Toucher and Hardy to wake you up no matter where you are.
Or who may or may not have been to jail.
Get the app, the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Toucher and Hardy, the reviews are in.
I got to say, I don't want to talk about you. Give me about 5 minutes of my time.
What he said. Now more of on the Sports Hub.
Whoever the quarterback is, it's not like if Jacoby's the quarterback, we just want to throw him to the wolves. So we're excited about our offensive line group. We're still working to find that the correct combination in there, and I think we have the pieces in place to be able to compete.
Elliot Wolf, ladies and gentlemen, before the season, talking about the offensive line of your New England Patriots, who gave up how many sacks yesterday, Jonathan?
7.
And how many QB hits?
15 for the night.
Not good. And you go, but wait a second. At one point, the game was 14-3.
Also, I thought you just said that Brissett got sacked 5 times, Wallach. Oh, yeah, Drake Maye was in there for 4 or 5 plays. He got sacked twice.
Yeah.
So that's makes 7. 5 plus 2 is 7.
Although that body slam, it seemed like a lot more than that. It seemed like more than just one.
So,
but
you say, at one time the Patriots were moving the ball. Let's go, and then we'll get into the Drake Maye stuff. 617-779-0985. We're brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Watch us on YouTube. Smash subscribe.
Nice.
All right, let's go through the scoring drive, shall we?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Okay, they get the ball. It's the second possession of the second quarter, first possession for the Patriots. Stevenson runs for 3 yards. Then Stevenson goes for 19 yards. Do you remember what happened there? When Stevenson went for 19 yards, what had happened? Well, there was a face mask, an obvious face mask.
Oh, yes.
That brought the ball back.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
and
I think he hurt his hand on that.
Yeah,
he went to the sideline
fractured
afterwards.
his finger
Yes.
because it got caught in said face mask.
And then, so next, Brissett throws an incomplete pass to Tyquan Thornton, which they call a unnecessary roughness on the hit to the quarterback. So now it's 1st and 10. They give the ball to Douglas, 9 yards. Then Brissett sacked, -8 yards. Then incomplete pass to Thornton. But there's a penalty on Reed, pass interference, 34 yards. And then Brissett sacked. Brissett to Gibson for 1 yard. Brissett to Gibson for 7 yards. Field goal. So if without those penalties, they would have had the good run by Stevenson, and then they would have been 3 and out. So they would have ran 6 plays.
One quick thing: the Jets won 24-3, despite committing over 100 yards of penalties last night.
That's what I was going to say. So if you're like, well, yeah, so what? That's just the one thing they had some penalties. The Jets would have that game should have been at least 10 points more for the Jets.
Oh,
well, it should have been a shutout.
Well, not only should it have been a shutout, think about the Jet offense in the second half. Rodgers wasn't throwing the ball all over the place. It got to a point where he and Saleh and Hackett were like, okay, this game is over. Let's make sure Rodgers doesn't get hurt. Let's hand the ball off a lot. Let's run the clock. That was basically the entire fourth quarter.
Yeah, the fourth quarter, it was everyone kind of understood that nothing more was going to happen. But then Gerard Mayo makes the question that will be the talking point of the day. Look, the Patriots didn't play well. They're probably not as bad as they were last night. The Jets were super motivated. It was their first home game. Rodgers was actually motivated. A lot of the pundits, who every single one said take the Patriots in the points. But beyond that, pundits they were underselling you how good Rodgers is. They were saying he's not good, which is just not true. And then people saw the score of the San Francisco game because there's no way they watched it. They saw the score of the San Francisco game, and they said, oh, well, Rodgers isn't good. He's old. He's no good. He's old. Anyone who told you that, they're lying to you because they didn't watch anything. Because he's not. He's obviously, as you saw last night. Now, he has not run like he did last night before, but his arm is his arm. He's incredibly talented. His arm, the way he gets rid of the ball quickly, the way he can put velocity on the ball with barely throwing it, all those things are still there.
The placement on that the one touchdown we were talking
Garrett
about beforehand,
Wilson.
where Gonzalez had the good coverage. I mean, it's perfectly placed. It's timed. He executed last night in a way that it would have been difficult for a lot of teams to beat him, and especially if you're going to have zero tackling from your defense and no kind of offense.
The offense is not going to be good. But the one thing that we can all agree on is that the one thing that should be the talking point throughout the day is that Gerard Mayo put Drake Maye in, and when he did, Drake Maye got killed. And like Tara Sullivan points out, and that we've been pointing out ever since Drake Maye's been drafted, why is Drake Maye the backup quarterback on this team? Because, as you said, John, Brissett is going to get hurt.
Yeah, it takes, to me, the conversation off the table about Drake Maye starting.
Oh, sure.
You cannot have that conversation today. The conversation shifts to who should be the backup, because Drake Maye should not be put in that position again. Not until they figure things out on the offensive line, and I don't know that they're going to be able to. That's like, well, what does that mean? You think they're going to do it by week 6 or 7? No, I don't. It may not happen this season.
The other part of it is that Brissett not only is going to get hurt, he's going to get hurt soon. This is not one of those far off in the distance, be careful things. He's already been beat up.
He may have been hurt last night, for all we know.
But yeah, you're looking at a situation where Brissett won't be able to play in games, and that's going to happen. I don't know, next couple of weeks. May happen in San Francisco in 10 days. San Francisco's defense is just as good as what you saw last night. So you're in trouble here. You got to make a decision quickly. If you're Patriots management, if you're Elliott Wolf, you got to find another guy, and you have to find another guy now.
And is your sixth round pick in last year's draft a sixth round pick? What percentage of sixth round picks even make football teams? Is your sixth round pick that important that you're willing to ruin your third overall pick just to keep this kid around? Because you don't want to put him on the practice squad because you're afraid he won't clear waivers, that someone's going to snatch him up, your big sixth round pick. Like no one else knew he was in the draft playing in the SEC. Like you outsmarted everyone. I know Fred, Milton, but no. May, Patriots. Milton's just is ancillary. It could be anyone that you took in the sixth round at quarterback. it's not worth destroying the future of your franchise to hold on to some other kid. You're not in the position to.
But would you? They can't find a quarterback. We tried to get one. We tried to figure something out. We couldn't get it done. Would you be opposed to elevating Milton to the backup role?
Yes, because then that gets all confusing, and then it's not good for the culture of your team.
Okay.
No, you got to bring a serviceable. Now, listen, you're not going to get like a Tannehill or someone like that, because those guys are going to want to play for winning teams and are not going to sign up to just get killed. But you're gonna have to bring in like a below average.
What I'm saying
backup quarterback.
Zappy is still, I believe, on the Kansas City practice squad. All you got to do to make sure you get him is to sign him to your active roster.
And why not? Like, look, man, you saw it. You're not making the playoffs, right? You want to just have an upward trajectory and keep Maye healthy. It's not worth playing him. But no, dude. People, we've seen all these quarterbacks get destroyed. Last week, Geno Smith, Sam Darnold, and Baker Mayfield all won football games, and they all had big games. What do they all have in common? They were all written off as being crap. They were all high picks. Geno Smith was the first pick in his draft. He was a second-round pick, but regardless, his first pick quarterback taken in his draft. They were all relatively high picks with a lot of physical talent from big schools that went to organizations that sucked, played them too early, and ended up becoming laughing stocks. And then when they got on an actual team, they show and prove. I mean, we've seen this. We've seen it a million times. Maye has obviously got the physical talent to play in the NFL. So here's the deal, is that you can't let him play. You can't let him play anytime soon. Certainly not while the leaves are still on the trees. I'll tell you that. Tony, go ahead.
Hey, guys, love the show. So we watched Drake Maye warm up for about 20 minutes last night. Nobody thought he was going to come into the game. He comes in the game with 4 minutes left. Almost throws an interception at first. Throughout the 4 minutes, he looked like a deer in headlights with the facial expressions. I just wanted to know if you guys think that Gerard Mayo will actually ruin this guy before he gets started. You got Texans, you got 49ers, you got Jags, you got teams who potentially will blow the Patriots out. And if he's okay with putting Drake Maye in with garbage time here, he will do it over there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, no, you can't. Yesterday, you held your breath and you saw. So, if you're a good coach or an intelligent human being, you try something, you see that it's a horrible, horrible, horrible idea, and you don't do it again. And that means this week going, and if it's Zappy's probably the best scenario. Get Zappy because he can play right away. Mm-hmm. And Zappy in 9 days can be your backup quarterback. Like, Zappy could be your number 2 in 9 days. He could. He knows the offense, at least enough. So bring in Zappy, put Milton on the practice squad, and if someone takes him, they take him. And it's too bad. You lost your 6th pick because Maye cannot play. Maye cannot play this year. At least, again, not in the next 5, 6, 7 games.
That talent's not going to get any better.
Well, your receivers are, and I'm not joking around, or being, the receivers are terrible. You have terrible receivers, and you have a terrible offensive line. It's a joke. You cannot play him. It's not like he has no time, and it's not like anyone's going to be open. So even if he wasn't getting pummeled, which he would, he's going to be like throwing to guys that aren't open. He's going to throw 8 picks a game. He doesn't have he's 21 years old. He played at North Carolina. He has no idea against a 49ers defense what the hell's going on. It's a joke. Please. All for Joe Milton. I got to keep Joe Milton. 6th-round pick. I don't even want to say his name. Got to keep your 6th-round pick. It's so important to have your 6th-round pick.
Yeah, and I'm not fighting you on the receiver thing, Fred. You just can't even tell. I mean, he can throw it to Hunter Henry because, all right, you can throw it into a little bit of coverage with a guy that big, and he's not going to get croaked. But whether it's Demario Douglas or Jalen Polk, like, I don't know. Maybe they would be serviceable 2s or 3s on another team, but you can't tell on this team.
Well, I don't know about 2, but if you have if you have a good enough receiver, even on a really, really bad team, that receiver can show that he's a good receiver.
Serviceable 2s or 3s in a couple of years on another team.
Maybe,
I'm saying
if
you're projecting what they could be, but I don't know. I can't tell from watching this
because the quarterback doesn't have time to find them.
All I know is Garrett Wilson said Zach Wilson is quarterback 2 years in a row. He's got 2,000-yard seasons. I mean, like good receivers will get the ball. Like I mean, they just do. I mean, but I understand your point. Maybe these guys are better than they're coming off as, and maybe people that watch the All-22 can see that Polk is getting tremendous separation.
Bert Breer watches the All-22.
Bert Breer is here.
I'm glad he's here. This is awesome. Thank you.
He's from a very fancy studio for his Amazon show.
Yeah.
He's from the very fancy basement of his house.
Thank God we had the football helmets in the back. Otherwise, I would know you.
You can barely see them.
You can't see them.
You can't see them.
Tight. I got to move some things around.
They don't want to. They don't want to alienate the non-Ohioans. All right, Bert Breer is here. We will continue talking about the Patriots and everything else in the NFL in just a moment.
Toucher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sports.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. Be listening at 7:50 for your chance to score a pair of tickets to see this band, the Deftones, next April at the Garden. And tickets on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. If you don't win, head to the contest.
When it really wasn't that big a deal. It was like some stuff fell off a roofing truck. And so there's like debris on the highway.
Oh, and people were not swift enough to get out of the way.
So that caused like 15 miles of traffic.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was, by Norwood?
And everybody's got to slow down so they can take a very close look at what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
we've already made it there.
I will say this. Some of us slow down just to see if there's any good lumber that we might be able to repurpose. So if something fell off a roofing
That's
truck.
resourceful right there.
Yeah,
Hardy.
I mean, you just...
Yeah. He could make himself, a place to shine shoes like he did when he was at Michigan State, when he would go up to the younger kids and say, do you need your shoes shined?
Beetle texted me once. We were both going to Gillette for a home game, and he said, have you left yet? Have you left yet? I'm like, no, because that pregame started a little after his. And he said, dude, there's a couple of really nice totes right around the Canton exit, right there at Neponset. He said, I couldn't pull off in time, but if you get onto the exit, just stay in the
Exit
shoulder.
11, dude, it's right there.
If you just get off, if you get on the highway but stay in the shoulder, you should be able to grab them. They're not the right lane, but it's the middle lane. And
Some what?
Like the big Rubbermaid totes that had fallen off of somebody's truck, and like they're nice.
PBS ones like Adam brings to us?
No, not a tote bag, like the plastic bins.
Oh,
They're just for Christmas decorations.
You know what though? Like you still I feel like I still have a lot of the cheapskate tendencies I have from when I was making like $24,000 a year covering high school sports. You know, like I still have like stuff I won't pay for on principle.
The one thing that sticks with me is if there is free food anywhere, even if I'm not hungry, that goes back to having no money. I'm like, if I eat this now, I won't have to pay for food or eat food that I have at home later.
Yeah.
So I'm going to fill up even though I'm not interested in this. Yeah.
Yeah, it is true. Everyone recalls those days. I have a friend who will not. He made the moral stance that he will not pay for shaving razors.
Man's got to stand for something.
That he was like,
So where does he get them?
He steals them. So he will not pay for.
That's something you should pay for because.
No, he says that they are too overpriced. That they're and obviously a lot of people feel that way because they're locked up now. But he has ways to get around it being locked up. He's a guy. He makes a lot of money. He is.
He shoplifts.
He lives in Chicago. I don't know. He lives in the city. He does well with the ladies. And the thing that he steals, not a drug addict, the things that he steals, he just steals razors. He steals.
That's Jane's Addiction style.
I
My
mean,
girl, she's one too. Gonna get her a skirt, stick it under her shirt. She grabbed a razor for me.
I would just say, like, I've been in that situation traveling where I forgot my razor or something and tried to buy like a gas station razor or used something like the hotel gives you for free.
Yeah,
That is not something you want to cheap out on.
No, if you got to be on TV the next day, it looks like you've been in a fight with a bobcat.
It does not. Yeah, it does not something you want to cheap out on.
Listen, he's in his basement. He shave whatever he wants down there. You leave him alone.
Manscape.
I mean, yeah, he could manscape the whole thing. I mean,
Anything goes, man.
I mean, anything goes down in the basement.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Bert.
Freddie T riding high this morning, huh?
Oh yeah, I'm feeling like $1 million. All right, Bert. Let me ask you this. I feel good because I bet the game 3 times last night.
What was the spread?
6.5. I got him at 6.5, and then I got him at 18.5.
I think I said
now it makes sense that I asked everyone about the spread because I'm like, it's 6.5. You don't like that, and every one of them said they didn't like it. That they like the Patriots.
I feel vindicated because I said on Sunday night the Jets should win going away, and like I got looked at sideways, and it got brought up yesterday in the midday show. And here's the question for all of you guys: is there a single position group on the Patriots roster that you would take over the Jets, over what the Jets have?
Okay, no linebackers, not the defensive line, certainly not the secondary, not the running back.
What about safety if Peppers is healthy?
Well, if you break up the secondary,
if you break up the secondary, because I'm not taking the corners.
I'm trying to find something here.
No, the answer is no.
A single position group.
No.
All right.
No. So why did
I
anyone
was
think
crazy for saying the Jets should win going away? Like this is not like this is these are two teams that are in very different like stations of building, and like the numbers are so much worse than the final score.
Oh yeah.
Like it was 400 to 139 in total yards. That's like when an SEC team plays a Sun Belt.
40 to 20 in time of possession. I mean, it was awful.
And that's even with like some BS yards at the end.
The Jets, we said this earlier, the Jets committed over 100 yards of penalties and still won by 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, 1956 time of possession, including that last where they're going for it on 4th and 10 and still had possession. I mean, it's horrific.
The Jets are a good example of how it takes time and like where they've invested. And if you look at it, right, the players that have made big plays for them last night, a lot of them were high first-round picks. Garrett Wilson was a top 10 pick. Sauce Gardner's a top 10 pick. Quinnen Williams is a top 5 pick. Will McDonald, first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Who comes in at tackle when Morgan Moses gets hurt? It's Olu Fashanu, who's the 11th pick in the draft. So I think there is a lesson in that, look, again, and this was the whole problem I had with them drafting Cole Strange 2 years ago. You can find a guard, right? You got to draft tackles. You got to draft defensive ends. You got to draft corners, draft receivers, and it just takes time. And when you have holes at multiple premium positions, you can't snap your fingers and make it work in one offseason. And the Jets are a really good example.
So
of that.
let me ask you one thing that I could see as a problem with the Jets right now. I wonder about their discipline. And they're
I'm not crowning them.
Okay,
but...
no, and I'm not crowning them either. But I wonder about their maturity because the one area where the Patriots were not great last night, but at least did better than the Jets, was the penalties. And
right.
8 for 106 for the Jets.
There were some marginal penalties, like the roughing penalty when on the safety when he put his head down.
That was a terrible call.
That was a bad call. The DJ Reed pass interference
was ticky-tack.
I mean,
they almost got tangled up on that play. Where it's just like you could have.
I mean, he was holding his arm, but I mean,
he was.
But there's other stuff. There's another personal foul.
The Jets have been terrible they've been undisciplined and terrible with penalties. But just last night, like 2 major ones.
Is that a culture thing? Is it a solid thing, or do they have some players that?
Well, I think, and Bert, you can tell me if I'm wrong, because if I'm not mistaken, the man talks to coaches, but I'm not positive if he talks to Robert Saleh. Wink. But is that something that coaches are like? It seems to me, watching the NFL since they put these strict rules into place, that coaches are almost like willing to take the 15-yard penalty. They'd rather have you be aggressive than not, and get a penalty that's borderline.
I think that there's definitely some. It's hard to avoid some of the stuff,
right,
in today's NFL
because they don't want you slowing up and not making the tackle, right?
They don't want you. They don't want you playing hesitant.
Right.
It's hard to pull back on certain things. There's also circumstances where flags get thrown for unsportsmanlike, where you might be sticking up for a teammate, which they're okay with. There are different things where there's a difference between being immature and selfish, where you're getting in a stupid fight versus like a tackle decking a defensive end because he took a questionable shot at the quarterback.
Sure.
Those are two different things.
Well, they were talking about that last night about how the lineman for the Jets stood up to
Jelani
Tavai after he body slammed Breece Hall.
Yeah.
And they went, "What did I do?" Well, you body slammed Breece Hall. I mean, that's what's going to go. All right. Let's get into it. Drake Maye. Okay, the quarterback chart right now is Jacoby Brissett, Drake Maye, Joe Milton. Joe Milton's his 6th round pick. The Brissett, the way he's getting hit, will get hurt this year. He's not. He's not.
That's one of my main takeaways from the first half of that game was like they're not. They may not have it. They're probably not going to have a choice on when they put Maye in.
Okay, so if Brissett gets hurt, that means you put Maye in, and that means Maye gets hurt. Because, so my question is this: I've said this to you, I think, every week since you've come back on. I don't think Maye should be the backup quarterback for this team. Why are they being so precious with a 6th-round pick that they won't bring a veteran in?
Because you want to keep developing young quarterbacks, and I understand like the desire to keep them in the pipeline and develop them that way. And if you were going to sneak them through the practice squad, the time to do it was the cut down when there's a million people on the waiver wire. And, teams don't have the time to sit down and, like look at every single guy so you can kind of sneak a guy through. I don't think you have to cut. I think you can carry 4. I don't think that it's like an impossible thing to keep 4 quarterbacks on your roster, especially because you're not very good. So this is like the Patriots in 2000, and I'm not comparing it to a Brady circumstance, but part of the reason they were able to keep Brady on the roster in 2000, and when they had 4 quarterbacks, it was Bledsoe, Bishop, Freeze, and Brady, I think.
The one I didn't know was Freeze. So
yeah, it was
there
John
you go.
Freeze. You guys remember him?
Third string.
Drums for the Vandals.
Yeah, so he but the reason why is because the roster wasn't very good.
Yeah.
And they felt like we only have like 45 real NFL players on our roster. So if we've got to go one light at another spot, it's not the end of the world. That's what if I'm them, I think that's probably what I would do. I wouldn't put Drake Maye out there in this circumstance. I mean, that was – and look, like every pass rush isn't going to be like the Jets, but this is the Jets without Jermaine Johnson.
Without Reddick and without, John Franklin Myers and without Huff and, everyone else.
And the Niners are every bit as good or better up front than the Jets, and you have them next. So, look.
So what do you do? What's the solution?
I said this last night on TV. Like, the expectation on the part of the Patriots coaching staff is that Drake Maye is going to play at some point this season, right? I think that they haven't put a line on it. I think the idea would be maybe the last month or maybe at some point in November that they go to him. And at that point, the hope would be that you have it developed to a point where you can manage it. The problem is, and I think that this is sort of a multi-layered thing where, all right, so like you can manage it a certain way. Put in stuff he's comfortable with. They have some stuff he's comfortable with that crosses over with the stuff that he did in North Carolina. They've been creative about ramping him up. You heard the 30% number, right? All that is, and what they're doing in practice right now is, okay, when the ones are out there in this team period, Jacoby Brissett is very comfortable with this play. We'll pull him off the field. We'll put Drake in. That's how they're doing it, right? That's the benefit of having Jacoby having had experience playing for Alex Van Pelt the year before. He doesn't need every rep. So they're doing things like that. They're doing things like cutting the scout team reps in half and giving Drake half of that time to go and work with T.C. McCartney in the Patriots office to ramp him up and get him ready to play. The run game, you can lean on the run game. Here's the problem. If you can't control the score, that's going to be an issue. And you can say just go and lose the games, but the problem is, okay, so like now you're down 28-10 in the third quarter of a game, and you're in 3rd and 14, and you're running a draw to protect your young quarterback. How do you think the rest of the locker room is going to process that?
Right.
Like, how is the rest of the locker room going to take that? And how much more difficult do you make things on Gerard Mayo if you're doing things that way?
First-year coach trying to set a culture,
it's
establish
a really
culture.
hard spot to be in, know? So, like, based on last night, it's you can't control the score. You can't control down in distance. I don't see this as a healthy situation for a young quarterback to be in. And all I think, to me, like the Bryce Young thing is so instructive of how you can mess this thing up.
Well, like I said before, last week, Geno Smith, Baker Mayfield, and Sam Darnold all won games and played well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they were all considered at one point or another, some of them jokes. Darnold, I'm seeing ghost. Geno Smith getting hit in the face in the locker room by a teammate.
And Polly.
Yeah, exactly. And then Mayfield was a clown and a mistake. And I mean, I thought Mayfield was a clown and a mistake. He's obviously matured. So, I mean, it just shows that, and it's not like those guys didn't have physical gifts, especially Darnold. Darnold was really physically gifted, and it just was. He just was on a horrible organization with a horrible coach.
He was raw, and Adam Gase was trying to play him like he was Peyton Manning.
Yeah,
what
and
are you doing?
And Adam Gase is. We'll get into far in the weeds probably with this, but just as an example of how you can ruin a quarterback. Remember, Gase just spent 12 hours a day with Darnold at the expense of everyone else on the team. He would just sit there with Darnold, like he was the head coach of the team, and he was only with Darnold. Very strange.
Well, and Zach Wilson. Look at the difference between the environment Zach Wilson was in 2 years ago and the environment that Aaron Rodgers is in right now. 2 years ago, the Jets were a mess. And, or 3 years ago now, I guess it was, right? 3 years ago now.
Yeah.
The Jets were a complete disaster. And, and what Aaron Rodgers has now around him, like, if you put Zach Wilson in that situation, maybe he would have been all right.
I don't know. He wasn't very good last year. All right, but he wasn't as bad as he was. But
But the point is, you might have wrecked him.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You did wreck. You wrecked him. And it's up to someone else to build him back up. All right, we got a break. When we come back, we'll continue with Bert. We can talk about if losses like this, what they do to a rookie head coach and the culture. We can talk about so much more. We'll be right back here.
morning.
Here goes Hardy.
Dutcher and Hardy.
I no longer love things.
Let's go. Let's ride.
98.5.
Like, let's roll the dice.
The Sports Hub.
They're going to go to the no huddle, but they leave those timeouts in their pocket. With Maye now on a 1st and goal to go, takes the snap, looks right with a pump, in trouble, he's sacked. Dropped at the 12-yard line. 12-second at 11.
Yeah, they're letting it go.
And 10.
Gerard said enough.
And some of the Patriots are already walking toward the locker room to our left as the Jets thoroughly dominate the Patriots.
Out the library is closed. All right, Bert Breer is here. He is from MMQB in the Amazon broadcast on Thursday nights. He joins us after the Amazon broadcast. All right, a bad performance from the Patriots in all phases of the game yesterday. How many of these can a new coach stand? Like, when do you see generally with teams that there's a shift in attitude?
Well, I think like the model for you has to be the 2021 Detroit Lions. And I think, if you watch that team play, they were in most games. Hardy, you can probably remember that team pretty well.
Oh, yeah.
They weren't very good, but they sort of kept chipping away at it. And I believe they made the coordinator change in midseason, right, which shook things up. If I remember right, who was their offensive coordinator at the beginning of the year? Was it Anthony Lynn? And then they fired him halfway through the year and went to Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
I think that's what it was.
Did Lynn take over from Cooter?
Cooter
Bevel.
was
No,
it was Bevel.
Okay.
No, Cooter was the first year of Patricia, and then Bevel took over.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Cooter carried over from Jim Caldwell because Cooter was a Peyton Manning guy.
Right. Okay. So Anthony Lynn.
Yep.
They make the change.
And then Ben Johnson comes in and, it kind of gives them some more life. So, but, I mean, that team was not very good. They obviously wound up with the 2nd pick in the draft. But, to me, that's the model, right? Is the team that continues to play hard, that continues to play with a certain identity, that is in games. And I'm just, looking now at their season. I think they were 0-10.
0-10-1.
0-10-1.
Yeah.
And then down the stretch, I talked to. It was actually interesting because I talked to when I talked to Jared Goff about this in the summer, he mentioned the win they had. Their second one was over Arizona.
Right.
It doesn't sound like a big deal, right? But Arizona at the time was 9-5 or 10-4 or something like that. It was a really good Arizona team. And we were talking about having a target on your back and how the Lions now have the target on their back and how they're going to get everybody's best shot. And he said, I remember, I remember what it was like to be the team that's shooting at those targets, And so for us, even beating the Cardinals was a really big deal because we sort of messed with the playoff race by doing that. And so, you look and there are blowouts in there. They got run off the field by the Broncos in Week 14, 38-10. They got the crap knocked out of them by the Seahawks, 51-29 at the end of the year. They got beat by the Eagles on Thanksgiving or on Halloween, 44-6. But in between there, you've got a tie with the Steelers. You have a 3-point loss to the Browns. You have a 2-point loss to the Bears. You have a 4-point loss to the Falcons. So that team would get blown out, but you wouldn't see 3 blowouts in a row. And I know that's a really low bar.
Yeah, come on, Bert.
I know that's a really low bar, but there's something to that, right? There's something to getting your doors blown off and then coming back and playing in a competitive game the next week. And I think that's what you're shooting for, is that you're getting the level of engagement where week over week, even if you take just a shiner, the way that they took a shiner last night at the hands of the Jets, you're able to bounce back and put together a representative performance. And I think
for the Patriots, are we just going to go ahead and circle a second consecutive blowout to the 49ers next week,
and then play the Dolphins,
and then hope for a representative effort against the Dolphins at home?
I mean, and that's sort of where you are, though. And I would say this too. The Lions people would tell you that having to go through that for the guys that were there, like the Jared Goffs, the Penei Sewells, the Taylor Deckers, the Frank Ragnows, the Amon-Ra St. Browns, the guys who went through that, it created something.
easy to say after a couple of years later.
Because they were like 2-6 the next year.
But easy to say once you've made it to an NFC championship game. I'm sure they're saying that now,
Right.
but I don't know that you can have that, that same level of zen if you never make it that far. And I'm not saying that won't happen. There's at least the possibility that Drake Maye could be the quarterback and they shore things up on the offensive line. But that is my question. When the Lions were going through that, what did the lines look like on both sides of the ball, and how were they building that team?
They were building that team through the lines of scrimmage, which is what you're going to have to do here.
And nobody wants to sit through that. It's not sexy. It's not fun. But
they
it
spent
has
their
to be done.
they spent a high first round pick, their first high first round pick on offensive tackle.
Yep.
And their second high first round pick on a defensive end.
It would hurt a lot less if
it was Penei Sewell and Aiden Hutchinson.
It would hurt a lot less, Hardy, if they didn't just punt away the last 4 years before this. Yes, it's not just the rebuild now; it's the 4 years leading up to this rebuild, which is 7 or 8.
Wait a second. Are you comparing what Patriots fans have had to go through
No.
with what Lions
No,
fans?
no. Not comparing that. at all.
But if they would have ripped the Band-Aid off and did this 4 years ago,
But I think that was the cost to having a 70-year-old coach.
Yes, I know, but the 70-year-old coach could also still be a coach if the coach was willing to accept the fact that they weren't good and that they were going to have to go down to bare bones.
But you're talking
and
about patience. Patience would be easier to come by if they hadn't just spent the last 4 years slipping into the abyss.
And if everyone hadn't bought into it like morons to think that free agent spending spree was the greatest thing that ever happened.
You're
when
welcome.
You're getting it. Yes.
Well, the crazy
You're
thing
welcome.
is, the crazy thing
you're supposed
is,
to say thank you.
So
and then I would respond, you're welcome.
I see.
a half decade out, they're still chasing the Isaiah Wynn miss. A half decade out, they're still chasing the N'Keal Harry miss.
Yeah.
They're still chasing those misses.
Tyquan Thornton.
Well, but I'm saying like
No, I know, but
first round picks on like a first round pick on a receiver that you expected to be your number one, that you took over Deebo Samuel, AJ Brown, DK Metcalf, Terry McLaurin.
Tyquan Thornton was sticking forward Pickens and a bunch of others. Remember there was that run of receivers
right
after he was
right.
taken.
Yes.
And
then,
he wasn't taking that much further than behind where they took the guy you just mentioned, the first round receiver.
N'Keal Harry.
N'Keal Harry was a late first round pick. Tyquan Thornton was a high second round pick.
And like with Isaiah Wynn, like, all right, so 2 years ago you take Cole Strange, okay? You traded out of a spot that was Trent McDuffie. So that could go a couple of ways. Either you take Trent McDuffie there, and now you've got a first-team All-Pro corner, and maybe you can spend the pick last year on an offensive tackle instead of Christian Gonzalez. And I'm not saying you should be over the moon with Christian Gonzalez.
He was
great again
and he was great again last night.
Yeah.
But like if you take Trent McDuffie, maybe you're taking an offensive tackle last year instead, right?
Right.
Or you don't trade out of that. You don't trade down in 2022, and you take Tyler Smith, who has become one of the best guards in football and was a tackle in college. So maybe he would have been a tackle for you. And Dallas winds up taking him 24th overall. If you get a tackle instead of a guard there, now all of a sudden the left tackle position's taken care of, and the offensive line looks completely different. It's, again, they're paying for all of these mistakes now, and this is why you cannot build in veteran free agency or through trade. You just can't do it. Even the teams that have been really aggressive in those areas, the Rams were really aggressive in those areas, but so much of the core of their team was homegrown.
Yeah.
So like you can't do it without a foundation that was built from within. And the reality is that all of these misses in the draft are now need to be made up for, and you can't make up for it in a single draft or a single offseason.
All right, we'll keep Bert for one more break on the account of he was talking what can only be described as horrific traffic.
Yeah, and I think that map probably helped illustrate.
We wouldn't have
you weren't
believed
lying.
you.
Did you like?
We wouldn't have believed you unless you sent the map.
Did you like the visual aid?
That was really nice. A lot of red on that route there. Yeah.
It was a dark red.
Yeah, I understand.
Speaking of Bill Belichick, have you seen what's just come out? And I'm looking at the New York Post. A woman, a 31-year-old political reporter from New York Magazine, has had to be put on administrative leave.
Saw that last night.
Because she has been apparently having an affair with 70-year-old RFK Jr.
Huh.
So there's another May-December romance.
Was she covering the wildlife autopsy beat? Is that how she got put in touch with him in the first place?
But see, I see RFK Jr. being a little bit more desirable than Bill Belichick. If I was a woman, I'd take an RFK Jr. over a Bill Belichick. RFK Jr. is like at least in good shape. Bill Belichick is a mess. Let's get them both on a ring cam.
He looked better. He looked better on that ring cam than you thought he would.
Belichick?
Yeah.
Oh no. He looked every inch his age, every year his age. No, he looked bad.
All right, Olivia Nuzzi, is that it?
Yeah. I got to do this. Car number 10 of the contest line, 617-931-0985. Will score a pair of tickets to see the Deftones next April at the Garden. Tickets on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. Didn't win? Head to the contest page at 985thesportshub.com for another chance.
More.
Hey! This off the original demo one.
I don't miss it.
It's Pay to Come by Bad Brains.
This can't be the demo. This sounds pretty polished.
With just our minds. What's left behind? You don't even know what was going on at, what was it, A12, what was it, the where they recorded all that stuff?
Oh, geez.
John Joseph hanging around the whole gang.
Let me look that up.
A17, A7, I got it. Now it's going to bug me. There's a, MCA uses it line, we're going to take it back to A7 or something like that. He was there when they recorded that. Do you know that Adam Yauch was there when the Bad Brains were recording Band in D.C., that they were there for the RAR demos, which is what you just played? Adam Yauch was there. A7 is what it was.
Obviously.
A7.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because it was Avenue A, 171A.
Yeah,
60-foot room.
Yes.
The studio's in Alphabet City. Can you imagine?
The picture has been painted to me so many times via the words of those who were there, Adam.
A lot of documentaries.
I can,
a lot of documentaries.
Well, and I can loan them all to you. Don't worry.
Yes,
I can loan them to you. I can give you all the books. You can if you want to keep them, you can feel free to Xerox them at the library. Everything is yours. We have Bert Breer here, and the Patriots with a very disappointing performance yesterday at the hands of the Jets. More disappointing for all analysts. Very wrong about everything. That's what's very strange about it. Do you think the NFL is too, and it's your profession, but you kind of stay above it because you're like national. Do you think the NFL is overanalyzed week to week? And do you think that, and do you see lots and lots of mistakes?
Do you find your job to be largely unnecessary?
No, it's overanalyzed week to week.
No, it's definitely overanalyzed.
Yeah, I think that's why he's laughing.
Because I mean, there's so much evidence that week one is irrelevant. Yet, and we say it before week one comes, and then there's sweeping conclusions drawn off of week one. Like the Bengals, for example. I heard people burying
Chris Canty said he was out on Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow was done. His name is Chris Canty. He works for ESPN. He said Joe Burrow
and I like
done.
Chris. I actually covered Chris in Dallas.
Well, good for him.
But like
he was the one who wanted to say it.
7 days later, he's going into Arrowhead and should have beaten the Chiefs. And there's evidence that the Bengals have never played well coming out of the gate. They're I think now 1-11 in weeks 1 and 2 under Zach Taylor. They've been to 2 AFC championship games and a Super Bowl. Yes, absolutely. We overanalyze all of this stuff. Week 1, I think increasingly since the new CBA went in is hard to read. Since the 2011 CBA went in, because that's when the practice rules changed and when teams started to approach these games in different ways. For example, your New England's, your Seattle's, who, comes here, are going to take the first couple weeks of the season very seriously because they want to give their players proof of concept with first-year coaches in place, whereas Kansas City, Baltimore, Cincinnati, they're using the first month of the season the way the Patriots used to use it, as an extended preseason to get themselves healthy and ready to go, and they might be holding certain guys back. And so, the Niners, look at the way the Niners are handling Christian McCaffrey. I mean, Christian McCaffrey could probably play Sunday. And if it was the NFC Championship game, he probably would play Sunday. But they're not going to do something stupid because they know they're going to be in the playoffs, so they're going to manage it a certain way. So I'd say the first month of the season, everybody's managing things differently. Every team's in a different spot, and it's hard to get a read on things. Now, I understand, you can't just sit there and say week 1 means nothing when, everybody's got shows to do. Borrow Felger's term, everybody's got a show to do, right? But absolutely, everybody overreacts to that stuff 100%. And look how different the narratives are on the Cowboys, week 1 to week 2, right? Coming out of week 1, I was like, oh, my God, Mike Zimmer, the Messiah on defense, and everything's solved, and everything was overblown over the course of the summer. And then they get their just, what knocked in against the Saints, and it's a totally different story. So,
and now Baltimore plays Dallas, right? Baltimore plays Dallas
they're
this
both
weekend
0-2.
And no, Dallas 1-2
or 1-1,
and
yeah.
then or 1-1, and Baltimore's 0-2. So if Baltimore loses that game, hachi machi.
Right. And Baltimore's got 3 new starting offensive linemen and a new defensive coordinator, and they're working through some things. And I mean, I don't know. Like I think in these situations, it makes sense to lean on history. I trust John Harbaugh is going to get that thing straightened out. There are certain teams where you can look at it and say they'll be okay. The Bengals, like, how much are you really going to take from that opener when Trey Hendrickson barely practiced this summer and Jamar Chase barely practiced this summer and T. Higgins wasn't playing and Amarius Mims, who's going to be their starting right tackle, is out, and they're rolling Trent Brown out there, and we all have seen what Trent Brown is, and they've got new running backs. Like, you have to have context to all of this, and I think the Patriots played really well the first 2 weeks, and there was a stat actually that our analytics guys dug up that I thought was interesting. Where over the first 2 weeks of the season, I'm going to pull it up now. The Patriots had. Hold on 1 second here.
Talk amongst yourselves.
Tell me what the stat is. I'll tell you off the top of my head.
Okay, so here it is. Weeks 1 and 2 combined, the Patriots had 34 yards allowed after missed tackles, which was the fewest in the NFL.
Oh, well,
they had over 100 yards.
I was just going to say,
night.
last night quadruple that.
Yeah, so like there are things that you saw from the Patriots, and look, like they did a great job, but is that sustainable? Where you're going to be averaging 17 yards per game after missed? That's not sustainable. So they played really well the first 2 weeks. I think now it's. Obviously, the challenge changes now for the Patriots, which is, can you keep them engaged? They're not going like 9-8. They're not making the playoffs. Get that out of your head. This season is going to be about improvement. It's going to be about the guys like Christian Gonzalez and Jalen Polk, and maybe eventually Drake Maye if he gets in there. Like, that's what this season's going to be about. It's going to be about chipping away and getting constant improvement, and how they react to nights like last night where they've got to come back and play again.
I think it's more about the reaction to how the team responds and whether or not there's any chance that, we're far, far away from anybody losing the room, but even I would say less than improvement right now. It kind of goes back to how we started talking about this morning. Now you have to start thinking about, how do you protect future assets for this team? Because Drake Maye still presumably is a big part of the future of this team. How do you manage the rest of this season without putting him in harm's way? You did it last night. I'm not sure why you did it last night, but how do you manage starting with the quarterback and the offensive line? I would like to think you could work on improving Demario Douglas and Jalen Polk this year, but that is that is a luxury you're not afforded right now, because you don't have anyone who can throw him the ball, because you don't have anyone who can protect the guy throwing.
Here's the problem. So, I think when you don't have a left tackle on an offensive line in the NFL, you have nothing. And if you think about it,
they had one last night. It's just the fact that he had never played the position
but if
before.
you look at look at some of the best teams in the league, right? So the Rams, when they won a Super Bowl, they had Andrew Whitworth as their left tackle, who's one of the best of his generation. What else did they have in the offensive line? Not a ton. They weren't great elsewhere, but they had the left tackle position taken care of, and kind of flowed down from there. Niners. The last few years.
You need a left tackle and a center.
Trent Williams, right? Trent Williams, they've got one of the best left tackles of all time. Can you name another starting lineman for them?
No. No, I can't.
No, I can't. So that's the point, is what the Patriots have is they've got a lot of their young players, they've got complementary pieces. Ideally, if Pop Douglas and Jalen Polk really develop, they're complementary parts to whoever the number one's going to be. That guy's not on the roster yet.
Sure.
If Layden Robinson develops and Caden Wallace develops, my feeling is they're probably ancillary parts to whoever your franchise left tackle is, right? If Keon White becomes a real player, he's probably going to be ancillary to somebody else coming in and being the number one pass rusher. So what you've got all these ancillary parts, and that's good, and you can keep developing those guys. But what you don't have, and this is why it couldn't be fixed in a single offseason, is the premium positions aren't taken care of that way. Now, you've got two building blocks that I think belong in that category. One's obviously Drake,
Gonzalez
and the other one's
is the
Christian
other one.
Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Those are the two where I think you can say if we're really good in 2 or 3 years, then those are two guys at premium positions that could be at the top of the league that we're going to have as cornerstone.
I would say White. I mean, I like what I've seen from White.
I
so
like
far.
White, too.
I mean, I think the jury's still out on whether or not he can be a foundation.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like White is White going to be like your version of what Houston has with Will Anderson? I don't think so.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, Will Anderson's
they're
really
lining
good.
him up more inside than outside for some reason. I don't know what they're doing with Keon White, but it seems like
I think
he's
Keon
one of
White's
those
a really
guys.
good. I think Keon White's got a chance to be a really good player. Is he the Aaron Donald of your defensive line? Is he the Nick Bosa of your defensive line?
I don't know.
I mean, that's.
I don't know.
Is he?
You got
your
a better. You got
is
a
he-
better
is he-
way.
is he-
Second round pick.
is he
I would
Christian
say-
Barmore might be. Christian Barmore.
Barmore might be, and
might be.
I think the jury's still out on White.
But it sort of underscores like I think.
Oh,
you've
they
still
have
got,
miles to go.
Yeah,
I
and it's
understand that.
easier to make a
and
call
why you couldn't
whether you're
fix it in one offseason.
Yeah,
It's
no.
easier to make a call on Cam White right now, right or wrong, than it would be to make any kind of call about anything offensively other than Ramondre Stevenson. You just don't know. You can't tell. You know that the offensive line isn't working. You know what Jacoby Brissett is, but when it comes to the receivers, like, I don't know. I don't know those guys. Keon White, sure. Yeah, he's going to be a good, solid player for them for years to come. I can make that call based on what I've seen from him. The other guys, I couldn't tell you.
Like we said with
The sample size is either too small or too wonky to make any kind of real assessment.
Like we said with the Red Sox at the beginning of the season, this season is about identifying the players that you want to move forward with.
Right.
Not just the guys that you signed to contracts before the season started, but let's throw the young guys out there. Let's see who sticks, who doesn't. I mean, if Blade Robinson is the guy at right guard, that's one less guy we have to draft.
I mean, I'll say this too. Like, if you want to use the Lions example again, like the way they methodically built, you know what I mean? Like, and their focus. So, like, there was a lot of attention to how they spent on non-premium positions in that one draft, right? Where they took Gibbs and they took Jack Campbell in the first round, but they'd already spent a high first-round pick on a tackle in Penei Sewell. They'd already spent a high first-round pick on a defensive end in Aiden Hutchinson. This year, they spent their first 2 picks on corners. So, like, for the most part, they've been spending their capital to go and get guys. Now, they got lucky. They took a receiver in the first round, Jamison Williams, and it turns out like they had a 4th-round pick who wound up becoming their number 1 in Amon-Ra St. Brown. So they got lucky once there where they didn't have to spend like a premium. And you could even argue St. Brown isn't a true number 1, but like, like they got lucky once.
They didn't have to spend a premium on top of a premium that didn't work out.
But they were investing premium picks and premium positions, which is what you have to do, and why again it takes multiple drafts to build when you've got a situation like the Patriots did.
All right. Well, listen, it's a building process, and hopefully Drake Maye doesn't have to be the sacrificial lamb, and they don't ruin him. The history's out there, and you know what to do. And your team is in no way, shape, or form appropriate for a 21-year-old quarterback to come in and play quarterback. All right, Burt Breer, you saw him last night on the Amazon broadcast, on the alternate broadcast he was doing. Also, of course, all his work at MMQB. Thank you, Albert Breer.
All right. And thank you for accommodating for my traffic woes this morning.
You know what?
for making it in.
And you notice that we didn't even insult you. We didn't even complain about it. I'm sure you were listening, thinking that we would, but we threw a curveball. We didn't give you any crap.
Well, it's because I sent you the visual aid. Helped out.
Then I was like, you know what, fellas? Give him a break. Give him a break. He ain't lying. All right. John Gruden is back at it. He wants to be a coach at the college level, he said.
I've heard.
But he's got his own YouTube channel where they cannot censor him. We'll be back in just a moment.
We're back. Toucher and Hardy.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
What? Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy, and we will take a break from the bad stuff, including the play of Drake Maye, or not the play of Drake Maye as much as playing Drake Maye last night, and how big a problem that was. To focus on one of our good friends, John, who also, like Jonathan Wallach, has no H in his first name. John Gruden, who was on Monday Night Football for so many years, and he did not get along at all with McDonough. They did not like each other. One was the straight man, while the other man was putting on Chucky masks and things of that nature. Then he went on to coach. That idiot from Las Vegas gave Gruden, what was it, $1 billion to go coach those Vegas Raiders.
He gave him a 10-year contract. I think it was $100 million.
I think it was $10 million a year for 10 years.
And then someone hacked his email or something of that nature, and there was whatever inappropriate stuff. I don't know. I can't recall what it was, but it was inappropriate in the eyes of the league. Now he's suing the league, but in the meantime, he's launched a YouTube channel, Hardy. He's got a YouTube channel.
Yeah, a lot of stuff up there already. I was impressed with the amount of content. Not necessarily impressed with the quality of the content. These people are still just doing.
These people get you fired. I mean, every time I talk about these people, so what? I said N.
And on 2nd and 9, Foles. Pass complete.
That's a nice throw by Nick Foles. He turns his back to the defense, flashes his eyes out of the fake, and throws a perfect strike to Jeremy Maclin on an outside breaking route.
Foles.
That was like Howard in the bathhouse. He used to turn his back to you, and then he'd turn around and give you the eyes, and you knew it was time to go.
Kaboom!
Harold, you got it. He has
humongous hands.
Yeah, Harold had big hands. He'd turn his back to you, and then he'd give you the eye, and then he wouldn't even say a word. You knew what to do. You got right in there.
Yeah!
Don't say another word. We will. Yeah, it's open. I understand. Poppers.
Yeah, get us started. Yes, sir.
Yeah, when I was in, Warren Sapp used to keep poppers in his shoe.
Kaboom!
Because after the party,
So yeah, this is a
buy them online, John.
Foles, didn't he visit?
I visited Foles.
Did Hawker dance?
Yeah, he was a
Hawker dance.
Ow, I hit him with pool floaties.
Noodles, pool noodles.
Which you think, Fred? Oh, that you're not funny. He wasn't hitting him with pool noodles. That's not even funny. No, he was hitting him with pool noodles.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck getting rid of the ball, there, dumbass. I'm hitting you with a pool noodle.
Same thing a 7-year-old will hit his 6-year-old sister with and not injure him.
Yeah, it's a sword fight. You don't got a sword. You got a big ball. It's not going to do nothing to me. You're stabbed. I've won the honor of the queen.
Kaboom!
So this is a Skype Zoom situation.
Yeah.
YouTube conversation.
Real low budget.
John Gruden's YouTube channel.
They can't censor me.
He's got a...
Hitler had some good ideas.
He just took it too far.
That's the March shot.
Yeah, he took it too far. He rebuilt the roads. You got to give him credit where it's due. Big
I think I heard Felger and Matt talking about it yesterday, to be fair. Go ahead.
Big A-list celebrity ahead of the Patriots-New York Jets matchup. Who do you think John Gruden got on his podcast?
Oh, I would imagine Wesley Walker.
Altoon?
Oh, if you got Altoon, then we're...
Keyshawn Johnson?
We're not
Who are we
making
talking
fun
about
of it.
here?
He got Altoon. No, he got, of course, Browning Nagel.
How about Fireman Ed?
Oh, good.
Oh, Fireman Ed, who was... someone emailed me yesterday, and they're like, I know you're a Jets fan, but I have a feeling you find Fireman Ed annoying. What do you mean? No, Fireman Ed, the funniest thing about Fireman Ed is the Stern Show, for whatever reason, asked him on, and he declined because he said it didn't fit his image. The Fireman Ed image of being a guy at a football game. Where's your brother? You're not even on his shoulders no more. Remember when he used to be on his brother's shoulders?
Yes, I do.
His brother wore the Harper jersey.
That's right. Then he boycotted the Jets for a while, thinking that they would miss him, and then he came crawling back. Oh, that's right.
Oh, Fireman
I have
Ed.
no other life than this.
Ay. All right, so here is John Gruden with Fireman Ed. John Gruden, who once was a Super Bowl coach, and now he's
Super Bowl
talking
winner.
Now he's talking to Fireman Ed on YouTube, just like your kids. If your kids had a YouTube show and asked Fireman Ed to come on, I'm sure he would.
Yeah,
it's no different than that. Here we go. Yeah, I'm like Mr. Beast.
The #1 New York Jet fan, Fireman Edwin Anzalone. Thanks for joining me, Fireman Ed.
Oh, Coach, it's a pleasure. Listen, I love you, Coach. You should be back in football. It's not this.
Yeah, you didn't say anything I agree with at all. You know, I don't know why everyone's protecting the
the you-know-who's.
It's not the same without you.
Yeah, it's not the same without me.
I miss you. Big fan of Chucky.
What's going through your blood right now as the Patriots enter MetLife Stadium?
Well, Coach, we haven't beat them since 2015.
Yeah, you're not on the team there, hotshot. What's this wee crap? You wear a costume and yell.
I just feel real good about the whole scenario. We are so pissed off at losing to these guys, and we're going to blow them out tonight. Let's go. It's payback time.
Let me tell you this, Fireman Ed. The New England Patriots, they ended my career with the Raiders with that tuck rule.
And this interview is going to end my life. I'll tell you what, that balcony is looking pretty nice to jump off of.
Don't do it, Coach. The world is a better place with you in it
you know,
than out of it.
I was making $10 million a year, doing what I loved, and now I'm talking to your ass. I'll tell you what, I used to think these guns on the wall were just for looking at. But
Coach, don't do it. We want you there with us tonight. I saved you a seat right next to me. What do you say?
Yeah, I used to, tolerate people like you because you paid my salary, but I could ignore you. Now I'm begging you to come on this dumb thing that I'm doing for free. You know the profit margin on YouTube? For every million views, you get 10 cents. And I figure, Fireman Ed, you'll bring in at least 10 people.
Coach, I was wondering if maybe you could give me a discounted cameo. I don't have $150 right now. Could you do it for a little something less?
I was wondering if you could close the garage door on the way out. Don't worry if the car's on.
They ended my career with the Raiders with that tuck rule. I can't stand these Patriots. And I'm calling on you. I want to know, what is the game plan tonight?
The fans are going to be in there bright and early, under the lights. Everybody's going to be all fired up. And what I'm going to do, Coach, is I'm going to be going section to section, pointing at all the different sections. And we're going to rock the house tonight.
You know, I've divided my life into sections, and this one's the darkest by far.
What am I going to do? I'm going to sit and watch.
Coach,
That's what I'm going to do.
I would never point at you because it's rude, and you deserve all the respect in the world. You must be on top of the world right now, huh, Coach?
Nah. The only time I can feel anything is when I pay Marilyn to step on me.
Oh, Jesus, Jones, Coach. Yeah, don't talk like that. Come on. Watch the game tonight. You'll see me pointing at people.
I'm afraid I don't feel nothing no more. Like, everything's just kind of gray. And now I'm talking to you, and it's making it darker.
I'm going to be going section to section.
Whoa. Yeah, well, I woke up next to a stripper with a C-section, and I regret that. I can't tell you. Why did I let her sleep over? That was an odd conversation. She tried to move in, Fireman Ed.
We are going to rock the house. That's what we're going to do to the Patriots.
I'm going to blame you and the fans if we don't get this done. How do you feel about that pressure on you, Fireman Ed?
I love pressure. I live for pressure. 6 days a week and my 7th day on Sunday, twice on Sunday. Let's go! I can't wait, Coach! I need you on the sideline! I know where I'll be. With Chucky there, I'll be out of my mind!
You're sitting down there in the stands. It's kind of quiet.
There's no sitting.
I want you to help me get that JETS, Jets chant going. How's it sound? How do you get it going?
The helmet comes out. It rolls. They got me on the screen. I point over. I want to hear you. Chucky. I want to hear you.
Now tell me what it's like after the game's over and you realize that you got nothing. That if the Jets win or lose ultimately has no effect on what you got to do.
Coach, I can't lie to you. It's in those moments, ironically, I feel like stepping in front of a speeding fire truck. I think it would be a fitting and symbolic end to my life, but every week I find a reason not to do it.
You know, what's funny is that God gave you no brains, but the satisfaction that you get from sitting in a game, it fuels you. Meanwhile, I reached the top of my profession, and I'm miserable. How's that fair, Fireman?
You're speaking in generalities now, Coach. We're both obviously very, very unhappy people. Sick, you might say. But it's not going to stop me from being there tonight. Come on, Chucky.
I'm going to go section to section. Yeah.
I fell in the crowd, section to section. Let's go!
All right. Now that was the final straw. All right. Well, listen. I got to get to the court. My divorce is pending.
Yeah.
I'll see you later, Fireman Ed. Oh boy.
People at hazard pay for Ryan Beaton, who actually sat through that entire podcast.
God.
I watched 20 seconds of it, and I said, Ryan, would you please? Because I can't. And he did. Thank you.
Good for you, Ryan. Larry. Hello, Larry.
Hey, Coach, this is Fireman Ed. I was just wondering if you could draw me up a new Stromboli. My wife's been binding me up on Sundays. Jets.
Yeah, you know, I could give you anima if that's what you're looking for. I know a lady that should come in and she wears leather.
Kitty.
That's what, her name. Kitty. Go bring that anima kid in. This guy needs it. He's all...
What size are your feet, anyway?
What size boots you wear there, Fireman Ed? Them fire boots.
I think there's enough to hold enough gasoline to get this place burned down. All right, well, that's sad. It actually is a little sad. It's John Gruden, who you could pretty unfairly. I mean, if they go through everyone's personal correspondence and look for things, I think that we'd all be in a little bit of trouble. I'm sure we've texted or emailed something to someone that we were not proud of. But that is part of being human. And to be exposed like that is maybe unfair to John Gruden.
Yeah!
That's right. Well, listen, John, I'm actually defending you. Yeah. Well, I don't know if that's good or bad, John, what you're doing, but I'm defending you. That's when you walk by his cage like at 3 a.m. Away. All right. Well, very good. That's actually kind of sad. I'm not a big fan of that. He used to be having fun. Now he's just desperately scraping by. All right.
Not as fun as it was.
Well, listen. Every other show has got something after a Patriots game. They have like a hook, like that they're going to do after a Patriots game. Hardy had the idea yesterday. He's like, we need our own hook. And I think that we've come up with one, and it's going to be very exciting. We will have that for you. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. We're brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel and Hardy. So many of the other shows, they do so well, and they have what is called a hook. They have a little something called a hook.
Yeah. It's something to do the day after the Patriots game. You know, on Patriots.com, on the post-game show, we did the good, the bad, and the injured. On Zolak and Bertrand, there's multiple things. There's X's and Zo's, where you'll break down a play. There'll also be the Felger and Maz do their 3 up and 3 down with Greg Bedard. So we thought we needed something of our own to talk about and highlight the good players or plays from the Patriots game, and also, to be fair, throw some criticism toward the team. So what could we do that's somehow along those lines but uniquely ours, Fred? What could we possibly do?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It would have to be...
Well, there's 3 of us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'd like to give a thumbs up to at least one person or play.
And that's good.
And that's good.
Mm-hmm.
And then for the bad thing, and it's probably going to be a player, and that would be somebody who's a real dope, a real idiot, a real bum.
Mm-hmm.
So we are going to call this...
Hey guys, today I want to show you all an exercise. This is the 3 thumbs.
3? 3 thumbs, 1 bum.
Okay.
So we come up with 3 good
Why
things.
does it say cubba-dubba-doo?
Why not?
No,
Why not?
That means there's at least 2 people. That means there's at least 2 people. Well, maybe 3.
Just 1 bum.
Yeah, but I mean, that could be just 2 guys. I mean, it doesn't...
Only 1 bum will be utilized in 3 thumbs and 1 bum.
Yeah, but that could still be just 2 dudes.
It is our job to somehow come up with 3 positive things from the Patriots game last night.
Okay.
And then we all need to agree on 1 bum from last night's game.
All right.
It's just 1. It is going to be very difficult on both sides of this.
I don't know if it's overly difficult. Now, John, you start. You give a thumb.
Okay, the thumb, because there's no one player to talk about. You have to think that, and he ran off the right side for 19 yards.
Yeah,
that would have been a long play of the game.
It would have been 8 yards had he not done the face mask. I mean, he was latched onto the gentleman's face mask.
It was 19 yards until he was tackled. It was called back, but that's a thumb.
All right,
they did something right there.
John Wallach's thumb is a Ramondre Stevenson run that got called back because of the face mask penalty.
Correct.
Okay. That's a big thumbs up from John Wallach. That's thumb number 1.
Sit on it, Wallach.
Fred?
Call me Ralph Mouth. All right, I'll give you a serious one. I would say Christian Gonzalez. If he was shadowing Wilson all day, he did a hell of a job. Wilson was targeted 9 times, 5 catches, 33 yards, only 6 yards average. If you were looking for positives this season, and there are going to be few, again, one of the things we said is Christian Gonzalez. Apparently, he looked bad in camp. But if you have a number 1 corner in this league, that is a premier position you no longer have to worry about.
Advanced stats, at least early into the fourth quarter, from what I saw, had Gonzalez trailing Wilson on 90% of his routes.
Yeah, and Wilson, and the only reason Wilson scored is because Aaron Rodgers, after the game, even said it. He really wanted Wilson to get a touchdown. He hadn't had one this year.
Gonzalez was there. If it's not Aaron Rodgers, that's an interception.
Yeah, and it could have been. Yeah, it could have been picked off. Exactly. If it was just a little off, Gonzalez was in position to steal that. And so, in all seriousness, in a team that a lot of these guys are not going to be on in 3 years, if you can lock down that corner position, you can draft elsewhere, and that means that you can draft other premium positions, not guard like Cole Strange.
So Christian Gonzalez is your thumb? Thumbs up to Christian Gonzalez.
Hey, Christian, if you're listening.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with the play. Another unsuccessful play, but I was happy to see them do it because teams won't do it. They're afraid to do it. They're afraid of looking foolish, or they're, I think, foolishly afraid of what could happen if it goes poorly. And that is the Hail Mary attempt at the end of the half.
Oh.
Why not? Patriots at their own 47. They got nothing to lose at that point. It's 14-3. Take a shot. Jacoby Brissett evaded pressure enough. I think they're rushing 2. And managed to scramble out of the pressure that he received anyway and chuck the ball damn near to the end zone. I think it did get there. Now
it got there.
No, it got there. No, it got in the
It got
end
into a wall of green jerseys.
It got into a wall of green jerseys, but I was happy to see them taking a shot. Teams won't do it. Oh, this could go badly here. Like, why not take a shot? Why are you taking a knee?
Ladies and gentlemen, the bar is very high. After last night's game.
Thumbs up to the Patriots for taking a shot at the end zone, a Hail Mary to end the first half.
With every sunrise must come a sunset, though, Hardy, and that means that collectively we've got our 3 thumbs.
Okay.
Now where do we put them? Is the question.
For now, they remain in the air, but we have to find a bum.
Well done.
Yeah, where are you going to put these thumbs? We got 'em. We got 3 of them just sitting around waiting for a place to nest.
They don't have.
Where are we going to put these thumbs?
Okay.
All
Gotta
right.
find a bum.
All right.
Wallach, you got a bum from last night?
Alex Austin for whiffing on a bad wide receiver early in the game in the first quarter. It led to a touchdown. He had himself a good handful of jersey that stretched out over 5 or 10 yards, but
Those
he
are
couldn't stop
breakaway
him.
shirts, as Hardy explored earlier in the show.
Yeah.
I have mine, and I have a feeling that this is going to end up being where the thumbs go into Gerard Mayo, because Gerard Mayo put Drake Maye in that game, and that could have ruined everything. That could have – listen, they lost the game. They were losing the game. That happened. And then everyone played poorly. It was impossible to come up with it for me anyone other than Christian Gonzalez yesterday that played well at all. But you put Maye in that game and Maye gets hurt, then all hope is lost. Then the season, then you've lost everybody, because then there's not anything to play for this season. Just a bad pick, so you can trade out of that pick and acquire more picks. Don't play Drake Maye. Use this 9 days to get yourself Bailey Zappi off the Kansas City practice squad, back onto this team. Hold 4 quarterbacks if you love Mixon so much, and do not have Drake Maye come in another game anytime soon. Stick the thumbs in there.
Boom.
Fred, as much as I hate to admit it, because I was heaping praise on the man yesterday for a good game plan against Cincinnati and a close game against Seattle. You're allowed to make mistakes every once in a while with a clock or maybe a certain play call. I still thought Gerard Mayo was putting forth a better than representative effort through 2 games of the season. But that decision alone to put Drake Maye at the end of that game yesterday, what are you thinking? You can't do it. This is the point. And at some point during that fourth quarter yesterday, you should have realized that the rest of this season is going to not necessarily be about this season or even getting wins. Improving in areas where you can, but also protecting the future of this club. And you don't protect the future of the Patriots by playing Drake Maye last night, as Gerard Mayo did. So I don't know if we have to get Wallach to agree or if we can just outvote him on this. I think 2-1.
If that's the vote, I'll go with that. I mean,
yeah,
what's
he going to do? Go against what we're doing?
It's too easy to just throw the whole offensive line under the bus.
He knows where the thumb belongs.
Let's do the head coach.
You're no good loser, you bum.
Gerard Mayo, I'm sorry for having the bum label put on you, but the 3 thumbs. Really solid choices across the board.
All right, very good. I mean, I can tell you right now that that rocked. That rocked. Just to hear Tainted Love over and over and over again. Bob Sosi called the game last night.
We'll ask who his 3 thumbs and 1 bum were.
Yeah, where are you going to put those thumbs there, Sos? We'll find out what's going on with him in just a moment.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy.
football for under 20 minutes. Drake Maye did make his NFL debut in the final 4 minutes of this game. He completed 4 of 8 passes for 22 yards.
No regrets. Go out there and have some fun. First ball got tipped up in the air, glad it hit the ground. So just go out there and make some plays and just let loose.
Patriots are now 1-2. They visit San Francisco a week from Sunday. Before last night's game, the Patriots reportedly moved offensive lineman Chukwuekorfor from the exempt left squad list to the reserve left squad list. That means he is done for the season. Red Sox managed 1 hit. They lost to Tampa Bay last night, 2-0 at Tropicana Field. Nick Sogard's 3rd inning 2-out single was not only the only hit the Sox got in this one, he was the only base runner the Sox got in this one. They're a game under 500. They host Minnesota tonight. In other baseball news, Shohei Ohtani became the first player ever to hit 50 homers and steal 50 bases in one season, and he did it with one of the best offensive nights in history. Dodgers beat Miami 20-4 down in Florida. Ohtani 6 for 6 with 3 homers, 2 stolen bases, and 10 runs batted in. And the Bruins went through their first 2 practices at training camp yesterday. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by UMass Athletics. UMass football is back at McGurk Stadium. Homecoming this Saturday at 3:30. Get your tickets at umassathletics.com/tickets. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
To us, Boston pride runs deep.
I'm a Bostonian!
This is Boston's Home for Sports.
Bow, bow, bow!
98.5 The Sports Hub. Hey, if your alarm clock sounds like this is the show for you. Toucher and Hardy, The Sports Hub.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search 98.5 The Sports Hub there and get in on that. All right, Bob Socci is the voice of the New England Patriots. He's going to be on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline. Bob Soci's hot takes. Whoa. Abrupt, Adam. Too abrupt. Bob Soci's hot takes are powered by Bigelow Tea. If you want to know what keeps Bob's voice in peak condition,
I do.
It's his hot cup of Bigelow Tea.
Oh.
Hot takes and hot tea. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
I was honored when I used to hang around in the booth for the Patriots home games to fetch Bob. I think I got you hot water once, Bob, or maybe you needed something else. There was one time out of, 30 or 40 trips into the booth, but I did get you some water for your tea once.
Do you send everyone that makes less money than you running around for errands?
Are you asking me that, Fred?
Yeah, Bob, I'm asking you. You send Hardy out on an errand. Obviously, that was a power play.
It was okay.
No. I think it's, as I recall, Hardy is such a great guy.
Thank you.
Sensing that I needed to step out of the booth to refill my cup of tea, he volunteered, offered to go out and get me a cup of hot water. That's what kind of a fine gentleman that Hardy is.
Oh, man.
Really? All right. What if you were just saying, like, quote unquote, I got to go get a tea? And what you meant is, I got to go relieve myself. And then Hardy screwed up that whole plan by going out and getting you the tea. That can be almost too much. You know what I'm saying, Bob?
I don't think I didn't overstep.
Did he overstep, Bob?
He did not overstep, and I don't want to get into hypotheticals this morning about what could possibly happen in the booth.
Yeah.
How do you go to the bathroom in the booth, Bob? Do you go just like you and I, the rest of us?
Yeah. Does Zolak block your way when you're trying to get out?
Do you have a catheter, Bob?
Was it troubling? Was it troubling to see the Patriots go bathroom on the field last night?
Thank you. Wow.
He let you off the hook, Bobby. Wow. Bobby, you were about to try to answer that, and he left you off the hook. All right.
You bailed me out again.
Yeah, that's a good friend. All right, so here we go. So we'll get serious here. What would I didn't hear you guys when they put in Drake Maye. What was your guys' reaction, and how do you feel about it now? Drake Maye being in that game.
Well, I will tell you that before they put Drake Maye in the previous series, with the Jets on the field talking about the Patriots' troubles offensively, I think both of us were very adamant that what we saw tonight was exactly why you don't put Drake Maye out there for the Patriots. And so I was really surprised when I saw him go out there and play for a couple of reasons. One, the risk of injury, particularly with the way that Jacoby Brissett was beaten up. And I can understand you want to relieve Jacoby at that point. There's no chance in coming back to the game. Why expose him to more unnecessary hits? But in this case, you're then exposing your third overall draft pick in that situation. A rookie who you've really taken great care to bring along slowly. And you have certainly, laid out, I think, a cautious approach in terms of his development. And then the other part of it is exactly what I think is going to happen and what happened really right from the outset of, the press availabilities last night. The questions are going to come. The conversation is only going to intensify and increase in volume and as well, the number of people participating in the dialogue between, media, sports talk radio, questions for the coach from reporters about, who makes the start against San Francisco. And then every time you hit another speed bump, and there will be a lot more down the road, those questions are going to multiply.
Yeah, it's beyond puzzling because out of the two quarterbacks out there, only one has anything to do with the conversation about the future of the team. And as much as we like Jacoby Brissett, and we're all happy that he's here, and Drake Maye isn't trying to get out there and quarterback this year, if you're looking long term, which at this point you kind of have to be, why would you risk injuring the one player who has to do with the future of the team over the other guy? It doesn't make any sense. And Mayo's post-game comments really didn't help to clear that up.
Yeah, and Hardy, I think it's really a fair question, especially when you consider that the state of the offensive line going into the game was, a huge question mark to be with. I mean, it wasn't even really a question mark. There was, I think, a lot of concern about the offensive line with the two rookies, particularly Wallace, who played right tackle at Penn State and had struggled at left tackle during training camp in the preseason. You've got him starting. Well, then he has to come out of the game, and you put in Jacobs there at left tackle late in that contest. So you're talking about not only the issues that were present at the beginning of the game and throughout the game, but now you've got the backups to the backups, at least in one case, who are playing at the end there. So I think it's, it's puzzling. You hope that, I think like a lot of things this season, it's going to be a learning experience. And, it was a rough night for the Patriots all the way around. And it's not just, one side of the ball or the other. I don't think it's just the head coach. I thought the effort defensively last night, was lacking in terms of discipline. And I think they were steps slow at times, but also they overran plays. The lack of rush integrity, trying to keep Aaron Rodgers in the pocket, which is an obvious in defending Aaron Rodgers, the missed tackles last night, things that have been strengths of this team over the course of the first 2 weeks, but really over the course of the last 2 decades, certainly not apparent. And I also would say, too, that when you have the kind of personal fouls they had last night, Jelani Tavai, Josh Uche. Now, the hit that when Tavai put the back ball carrier, the receiver down on the ground, it wasn't the most vicious, body slam, but say you lift a guy up like that, the whistles are blowing, you're going to get called. And then the Uche late hit on Aaron Rodgers, that's really an inexcusable play.
All right, getting back a little bit to Drake Maye. Yeah. Tara Sullivan in the Globe wrote about it today. It's something that we've been asking a lot of people about since the offseason. Do you got to bring in a veteran to back up Brissett? Because Brissett's going to get hurt. I mean, we don't want him to. It's not a wish. It's not being trite or dismissive of it. But if he keeps getting hit like this, it stands to reason that he could get hurt.
No question, Fred.
Okay,
so up a couple
right.
times.
All right. I don't know how comfortable you, because you called the team. I didn't know if that sounded too coarse for you, but thank you. So here we go. So if he gets hurt, Drake Maye comes in. Now you're in a situation where you know way more about football than me, so I don't have to laundry list the names of failed quarterbacks that went into situations that weren't good too early. You're deliberately not playing Maye. Don't you think a veteran should be in there in case there is an opening at quarterback, so you don't have to rush Drake Maye into the system?
Well, I think we had this conversation during the preseason. We were talking about the prospects of Bailey Zappi being on the team. And if they didn't keep Bailey Zappi, my thought at the time I'm almost certain that I mentioned this at the time, that I would not be surprised. In fact, I would expect him to go out and try to find, a veteran quarterback who's got familiarity and experience in this system. And, I'm not looking at the depth charts, practice squads, who's out there right now unemployed as quarterbacks. But I would have to think that there are still some candidates who could come in and, be that Josh Johnson, to call a name from the past, who's been, one of those guys, Joshua Dobbs, who can come in and be that layer of insurance between Brissett and Maye. Because you're absolutely right. And you guys talked about the Hail Mary going to break. Jacoby Brissett got punched on that play too. He couldn't really step into the throw. And we saw him shaken up a couple of times in the Seattle game. And there were a couple of times last night where I said he's slow in getting up. So it really does seem inevitable.
I'm thinking that you need to sign this quarterback sooner rather than later. I mean, we're talking about this in the hypothetical sense. I'm talking about signing this quarterback in the next couple of days, because the defense you're going to face 10 days from now is just as good as the defense you faced last night, if not better. And your offensive line, regardless of if the starters play or not, isn't going to get better either. So why wait? Why not do it right now?
Well, I think maybe one thing that complicates it is you've gone into the season and there's the handling of Maye, the 70-30 distribution of snaps in practice, and what they've done through 3 weeks with regards to him. The other thing, and again, you take away a spot and you carry a fourth quarterback, you're taking away another roster spot, and there's a lot of guys at the end of the roster right now who aren't contributing. But I think that the state of their personnel on both sides of the ball, the offensive line, the guys that they've had to add to the defense, since the preseason ended, the injury situation, especially on defense right now, I mean, that may be limiting in terms of, do they want to give up an extra defensive lineman, or do they want to give up an extra offensive lineman at this point? Try to justify bringing the quarterback on. Now, I know how I feel, but I'm taking guesses here. Throwing wadded up paper balls at the wall, trying to come up with a rationale, John. I think that either way you're in a really rough spot, obviously, because you got to go out to San Francisco and play against that defense in a week plus.
I'm not even talking about giving up another offensive lineman or defensive lineman. We talked about this earlier in the show.
Yeah,
I don't think Joe Milton should be married to this franchise. I think you can afford to expose him to waivers and sign him to the practice squad for the betterment of your number 3 overall pick. No?
Well, I think that I think that's a great question, and I think that he's got a skill set in terms of his physical ability that certainly isn't common with the arm strength and the size and all of that. But if you claim him, he's going on your 53-man roster, and so I think that there's probably a fair chance, if not a very good chance, that you can get him through waivers at this point. But they've got a developmental plan for him, I'm sure too. So I think that was the curious thing about letting Zappe go when they did. I thought Zappe this preseason, although he wasn't great by any stretch in practices or preseason games and didn't really play very much in either, I thought his attitude was good. I thought that he might be a guy worth hanging on to going into the season. Obviously, he didn't have that opportunity to stick around here, and he's really in a good situation out in Kansas City, even if he's not on their 53-man roster.
Now, I got to give credit to Freddie, was the first one to say it on this. It's like it doesn't matter even how good he was. The fact is that he could play the position a little bit. He knows the offense, and from the very beginning, Fred, and then I came around on it, and I think other people have too. You just can't have Drake Maye in there as the backup if you have this many questions about the offensive line. And now the questions are being answered. The jury's in, so now it does seem like it's time to do something. I want to go to the other side of the ball just for a second, Bob. You and Zoe had to be losing your minds last night with the missed tackles and the broken tackles. It was constant throughout the game.
No question about it, Hardy. And again, as I said earlier, that's the strength of this team, and it has been. And it was in the first 2 weeks, frankly, not a lot of yards after the catch. I mean, there were some missed tackles in the Seattle game, but certainly not in the Cincinnati game. And I thought last night, there was a case of just guys overrunning plays. And there were also, times when guys, vacated parts of the field. I haven't watched the film. We got back very early this morning, but you look at some of the throws over the middle, and again, I go back to what I said after the Seattle game, and I wonder about the loss of Juwan Bentley. If he's even more appreciated now, not only because of what he did in the run game, but even just with his drops at linebacker in the middle of the field. Considering some of the yardage the Jets picked up last night, again, particularly to the tight end, on plays that took some time to develop with Rodgers, keeping them alive with his legs. The thing about the defense last night, now I would say this, I still think the effort was there. I thought, it was evidenced by people like Anthony Jennings. I mean, this guy hurt his shoulder a couple of different times, and I thought he still made plays. We just didn't see the results. And there have been performances like this in the recent past. I mean, last night was bad. There's no sugarcoating it. But I go back to 2020. They had some games like this. San Francisco, with Jeff Wilson ran all over them. Jimmy Garoppolo tore them up at Gillette. The Rams that year when they stayed out on the West Coast and got hammered 34-3. There was a playoff game against Buffalo where I thought effort toward the end of that game for some guys was in question. Same with the Bears game a couple of years ago in Monday Night Football. And even last year, 34-0 to the Saints early in the season. Last night, I don't question the effort. I just, the performance and the abilities certainly, are called to question.
All right, Bob. Well, you have some time off now to finally, sit down and drink tea with your family instead of being all over the place.
I'm going to start with coffee. There might be tea in between, but I will finish this evening with something a little stronger, Fred.
All right. Well, listen, you just listen. Everything's okay in moderation, Bob. All right, Bob Socci, thank you so much for the time, sir. We appreciate it. Good job yesterday.
Hey, thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Bob.
All right, thank you. All right, there you have it.
What does it say when you hear that it's not about the effort, it's about the talent? That's really not good.
Yeah, it's not the greatest. It's not very good. All right, we will be back in just a moment with the world famous email bit.
Toucher and Hardy. Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
You know, I got an idea for a bit. The email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, it is a fun day for everybody as we have our first rain in about 28 days and the first bad loss of the Patriots season. JON at 985thesportshub.com, Hardy at 985thesportshub.com, Toucher at 985thesportshub.com. Follow us on Instagram and Twitter at Toucher and Hardy. You can see Nick's videos. He works very hard on them just for you to insult. I hope you feel good about yourself. Nick's scrounging for pennies in between the couch cushions and making these videos, and you're just destroying them. Well, we like them, Nick. Thank you. And you can follow me on Instagram at Fred Toucher, and you can follow Hardy on Instagram at Hardy985. All right, here is from our friend Riz. I always feel like I have to include Riz. He is one of the original Twitch people.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in rehab, he was one of the people. When I first saw the YouTube thing, when I wasn't here, I saw Riz completely skewering the show. He did not like it at all. He hated it. I went, dear Lord, and then that started to become my entertainment while I was in the detox unit of the rehab. Is just watching how mean they all were. Now they weren't even mean to me, and I was the one in rehab. Says, fam, you already know it's your boy. Something I'm sure you guys aren't aware of. I've been noticing this for years. Fred will butter up Sosi, and the first thing you hear from Sosi is his contagious laugh. We've been mentioning this for years. He'll laugh before he says his first word, and it's great. Just wanted you guys to know it's like a game for the fam when he's on YouTube, Twitch. We love him, though no hate at all. That is, I have noticed that, as a matter of fact. How dare you, Riz, think I didn't notice something? Troy says in our three thumbs, one bomb. I'll read it how he wrote it. Our 3 thumbs, 1 bomb feels like the Patriots offense. Annoying to get through, very disorganized, and probably the grossest name I can think of. I shudder to think of what other names you guys came up with when this one was the best. Why don't you guys like each other?
Wow. Fair.
All right.
Fair.
Yeah.
We cracked ourselves up in the meeting yesterday coming up with the name.
That was pretty much unanimous. We all kind of liked that.
It was a cute little thing.
3 thumbs, 1 bum, fellas. Last night was a tough one for Pats fans. You said the 3 thumbs, 1 bomb one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I feel like there's a dark cloud slowly approaching.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah.
A storm has arrived.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
It's like we're on the Twister.
Wow.
Gruden accent. Your Gruden has developed into a Chicago accent. Love you, no pockets.
Yeah.
Thanks for the free entertainment.
But I thought it was good. There were a couple of slips. It's a work in progress. We're also going to be brainstorming, maybe going back to the Gruden podcast. People seem to like the idea of a despondent, depressed John Gruden.
Yeah. I think that's the best Gruden I've ever done, as a matter of fact. I was listening to myself, and I was like, this doesn't sound that off to me.
You said he sounds like a Chicagoan?
No, the emailer said so.
The email, but that was what you just read? I have one here that says, why does Freddie T's Gruden sound like a Canadian hockey coach?
I'm telling you, that's kind of how Gruden sounds
Yeah.
to me. Let me hear.
There's just something about.
Oh, well, that's something else. I don't know how I got rid of
But
it.
the depressed John Gruden, or as someone put it, a suicide.
Woe is me.
Suicidal John Gruden. Not to make light of it, but I thought Gruicide might be a good name.
I don't think so at all. I don't think so at all, at all. And that goes...
Boom! Buffalo shrimp.
And just for you two guys, look what Joe from Saugus, who we love, look what he thinks his second paragraph is. Look at what he thinks we could read on the air.
I saw that. I saw that too. I'm like, no, not reading that one.
Like, Joe, I've made some mistakes on the air, but I'm not voluntarily getting fired.
Oh, my God.
No, can't do that. Not doing that. And in the early days of the email bit, when we were scrambling, may have started reading half of that and would have stopped. So,
yeah. All right. Tell me if you can figure out what this means. You guys got it too. It's from our friend Thomas. That game was effing horrible beyond the game being uglier than John without a hat in a Hobart.
Yeah, so this struck a nerve with a couple of people on YouTube earlier this morning, too. No hat Wallach with the Hobart hoodie.
Oh.
And the Hobart hoodie those aren't the school colors.
They are.
Pink and purple?
No.
Orange. It's
purple
orange
and orange.
Well, it looks pink in this light.
Okay, well, it's orange. Orange and purple.
John, why are you not having a hat
Clemson
on today?
colors.
Why do you not have a hat on today?
I forgot it. There's no big mystery to it. I forgot to bring my hat to work.
Calling Dr. Freud. This is the one day you forgot it. Did the game upset you?
No. No, the game did not upset me.
I hope the fans don't become this
apathetic. I mean, honest to God, you can't walk in and sit down and watch that game thinking, all right, we're going to be competitive tonight. Patriots are going to win tonight. This is an easy season to watch because every game I go in, I think they're going to lose.
Well, the thing that I thought could happen yesterday, I thought there were two things, and one of them did happen. And I think we talked about this with Phil Perry before I lost my attention. Is that one? The Patriots get the ball, they run, they have a successful running game, they eat up a bunch of clock, kick a field goal. Or two, if the Jets get the ball and they score, and Rodgers looks okay, and they score a touchdown because Fred, well, that's simplistic thinking. Well, yeah, no. If the Jets when the Jets scored first and they scored a touchdown first, then I pretty much was assured that the game was over.
When the Jets went up 14-0 in the second quarter,
then the game was over.
Then the game was absolutely over.
Yeah,
and it
I
made
stopped
the rest of the
paying
evening really. I mean, I stopped writing notes down. I'm like, all right, the game's
over. I
took
a shower.
Let's just see what happens the rest of the way.
I started texting my stable.
And, yeah, like you, Hardy, I waited around to see if Maye was going to get in the game. That was the only reason I waited around.
I thought there was no way they were going to put him in that game. Unless
I was going to, I can't tell you the number of times I was going to bed. 14-3, I thought about it. I stuck around during halftime. At 21-3, I'm like, absolutely, that's it. I'm going. And then I stuck around for a few more minutes, taking care of a few things. And then, as Maye put his helmet on, I'm like, son of a bitch. Now I got to stay up and watch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't swear in mine when I was home.
So you get any calls back from your stable? I'm sorry to hijack the segment, but I'm just wondering.
Yeah. I was in.
The phone calls provide fruitful
They're not
for
phone
you?
calls anymore. So when was the last time you
text? Sorry, text provide.
Is that what color T-shirt are you wearing with the hoodie? Is it red?
No, it's orange.
Okay, good. All right, at least you did that. At least you did that, and that I appreciate.
We matched this morning. We got the orange T-shirt underneath orange and purple. Yeah.
You know what? Leave Wallach alone.
Mighty
on that
statesman.
He matched the T-shirt underneath the hoodie, and that counts for something. Email here. We were talking about Gin Blossoms earlier, which everybody loved. Hardy, I'm going off a 30-year-old Rolling Stone article, so bear with me, but didn't the guitar player and main songwriter get kicked out of the band for drinking too much just as they were making it big? And after he died of alcohol poisoning, didn't they record the songs that he wrote and release them posthumously? How can a band named the Gin Blossoms kick someone out for drinking too much and they sound like real jerks? You know the story, but Doug...
Hardy likes them, so he'd say all of them.
A Gin Blossoms set list.
Oh, they toured and did New Miserable Experience in its entirety. So every song on that album, people celebrate. And then there's probably 6 more that they could play, 2 or 3 of which you'd know that are not on that album.
Hang on. All right, Till I Hear It From You.
That is from the Empire Records soundtrack.
Hey Jealousy, that one, Follow You Down. Okay, so I know 3. There you go.
You know Allison Road. You'd know that one if you heard it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is Rush.
Closer to the heart and the men who held high places.
This is whether they launch into temples of Syrinx, that one.
You know what's going on.
Thank you to all your T-shirt suggestions. I believe I have a solution to it, too, for my daughter's T-shirt that I wanted to try and get fixed today. And I believe we have it under control. So
all right.
Thank you very much.
Very good. You got that coming up. The Gin Blossoms album did they do in total?
New Miserable Experience.
Yeah, that's like what 98 Degrees does, 98 and Rising. You know everything. You know the crowd's not going to, their legs are going to be tired at the end of the day. Because, 10 songs in, you got True to Your Heart, which featured Stevie Wonder, and sometimes he'll do a cameo. This is from Be Real. You never mention Adam's email address. Is that because he can only access the internet at the library? And the answer to that is it's easy to find his address. Just adam@woburnlibrary.edu.gov/free. And you can find him in there at any point. He listened. He was with the late game last night. He was at the library. Sally had to keep the lights on for him.
I'll start keeping office hours, and people can just stop by and hand me their emails.
It's not that sad. He can get Wi-Fi to Starbucks. Now he can't afford anything in the Starbucks.
Yeah, but then he feels like a scofflaw. He feels like he's loitering.
You can say,
Hardy, come on. You know I'm going to the independent coffee shop.
He loves dust.
You don't drink coffee, do you?
Only on the weekends.
And where do you get your coffee?
I buy it at the grocery store, and I grind it up myself.
Of course you do.
And by that means he takes rocks and runs over them with his car.
He could afford the Starbucks. He just chooses not to buy it.
No, he chooses to get independent businesses. He likes to support failing business.
Look, I don't go to Starbucks.
Well, if I
either.
support him,
I'm a Dunkin' guy.
Yeah, everyone loves Dunkin'. What? Go ahead.
I said if I support them and we all support them, then they won't be failing businesses. They'll be successful businesses.
So despite their quality or the free market economy, we should just all go to independent businesses?
If they're good quality, we should.
Well, fair enough. What if it's more?
Sometimes
more, what? More quality, more price,
more price.
Sometimes within reason, sure. Yeah.
Sometimes I'll do it. I do it with the local hardware stores.
Yes,
I do it all the time.
Absolutely, that's the move, Hardy.
There's a store in Newton Center that I think you'd be interested in. It's got a few used books and a few used records.
Oh, it's right up my alley.
Yeah, and that's it. When you say, what else does it have? No. It's got a few
I'll go
used.
Clean them out on Sunday.
It's like someone cleaned out their room at their parents' house and made it a store.
Delightful.
And I have to imagine we're talking 5 figures in rent.
Could I get some old flannel shirts there too? Do they have those? No, just
I cannot explain to you again what is in the store.
I can't believe they
some
don't
old
have
books and some old records.
Are you telling me there are no used lamps for sale in that same store?
Can't say I've been inside of it, but they do have a card table out front with some everything. The owner will put some hits on. It's next to a Subway.
I'm going to bet everything in my pocket right now there are used lamps,
probably
minus shades, inside that same store.
All I know is that rent on that is got to be astronomical. It's right in Newton Center, right on Center Street, and it's got to be in. And it's like
right
someone
in that triangle.
It's like a garage sale.
Fred, how about
with 2 items in it? What?
How about the luggage store? Is that still there?
It is still there.
How does that place make it?
I choose not to talk of the luggage store because I care not to know how it stays in business.
Next to Johnny's, right?
Absolutely.
I know exactly
I've wondered that myself,
Yeah,
and you know what? I just think it's thriving. I'm not kidding. I'm not getting into that luggage store.
All right.
I live in that neighborhood. I'm not getting into that situation.
Okay.
Lord knows what's going on over there. They have luggage and like knives. This is manly stuff. I bought Playboy coasters there a long time ago. I've been in it.
But it's mostly luggage.
I think if you asked them what the store was, they would say it's a luggage store. Yeah.
Okay.
It's right next to Johnny's. Yeah. And that's not cheap either.
Johnny's?
No. Well, Johnny's isn't cheap at all, but that's and good luck getting in there when BC's in school.
Ah.
Those kids. By the way, you're out at Nate Bargatze this weekend.
I'm going to
Daisy.
I'm going to Nate Bargatze tomorrow afternoon. Got the tickets for the matinee at Foxwoods.
So John and I will be at the Michigan State Boston College game, and then the following day, our friend Adolfo Gonzalez comes into town.
Oh, that's good.
And I bought him his airfare on Spirit Air, and now I am to find him lodging. I haven't done that yet, so that will have to be something I do today. I find Adolfo Gonzalez lodging. I figure if I put him in Waltham, because I can't be, I can't. By the way, Adolfo was born in 1986. That means Adolfo's almost 40.
Yeah.
He was 19 when he came here.
Maybe he'll see Forsberg on that Spirit Airlines flight just taking a joyride back and forth to Dallas.
Well, just getting points, so he stays Admiral class.
That is maybe the weirdest moment of the week that is going to be addressed time and time again. Forsberg, I think, legitimately likes and appreciates Spirit Airlines.
Flies directly to Myrtle Beach, which is surprising because you would think that it wouldn't go to high-class places
I used to go to Atlantic City on Spirit Airlines, and
again,
they discontinued it.
Again, like it doesn't. The clientele of Atlantic City and those who would fly budget airline don't seem to match up. It's the same thing with Myrtle Beach. Like, what?
Really?
What? Really? Yeah, we go to Morocco. We go to the south of France, Fiji, Myrtle Beach, and Atlantic City.
Yeah, Santa Barbara.
In Santa Barbara, absolutely. All right, we will be back in just a moment.
low-cost health insurance from Medicaid and CHIP programs in Massachusetts. Call 1-877-KIDS-NOW or go to insurekidsnow.gov.
Get the app.
There's the potential there for big stuff.
98.5 The Sports Hub app. Get the app. Now, more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
We know what you're thinking. What could I possibly have missed from the show?
Ready?
It's time for The Stack on Toucher and Hardy.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy, and we are about to call it a day here in the week, as everyone, I'm sure, is very tired. Very, very tired. All right.
Johnny last night, again, trying to be the first 50-50 player, and it was stuck for a few games.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not anymore.
Really, no.
And the pitch coming to Shohei Ohtani. He swings, hits a drive to left. This ball's back. There it is. Number 50. The first player in the history of Major League Baseball to have a 50-50 season.
Now, of course, some people were quick to say, it's one of these random things. It's just a random number. I mean, come on. Especially the night that he had going 6 for 6. 17 total bases, I think. What did he have? 10 RBI last night, Wallach?
Yeah, 6 for 6, 3 homers, 10 RBIs, 2 stolen bases. And by the way, the guy hits leadoff. That's the other thing. He's leading Major League Baseball in homers and RBIs and slugging percentage. He's leading off and has driven in 120 runs.
Yeah, that was not his only home run last night.
Swing and a drive. Deep right field. He has done it. It's the first time Ohtani in his career has had a 3-home-run game. Can you believe this? 51 home runs for Shohei Ohtani.
He's second in Major League Baseball in stolen bases, too.
So now the conversation is Shohei Ohtani in the handful of greatest players of all time? And
Absolutely, he is.
And so that's really where he's at now.
Absolutely, he is. By the way, he's only been caught stealing 4 times this year.
Yeah, I mean, he is in the he's in the Babe Ruth, Willie Mays. He is in that conversation.
Forget about this year in his lifetime. He was caught stealing once when he was 5. He didn't just give in.
That's your second reference to that. God bless you.
He's about to win his 3rd MVP award in the last 4 years. He's about to become the 2nd Major League Baseball player ever to win MVP awards in both leagues, and he's going to do it in back-to-back years.
Yeah, and next year when he pitches, I mean, come on.
Yeah, all of this, and he hasn't started pitching yet.
Not
for the Dodgers.
Not for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
So, all right, congratulations.
Yeah, and then they show screenshots of him using that screen name. They have a lot of proof, let's put it that way. A lot of proof. But isn't that interesting? He was so interested in the bathroom issue, but at the same time, he was enjoying it in his free time.
It just goes to show you, because we've all posted hundreds of times on pornography message boards. That stuff doesn't go away. Wallach? Whatever you were posting back in the day, and
yes.
we know what boards and sites you were on.
Yes.
Have you ever had to
try and find it and clean it up, and you may not be able to do it?
Have you ever been to a porn site or looked at pornography and said, "I need to talk about this with some strangers"?
Yeah, with some but like-minded individuals. So are they all that strange?
Yeah, like this was so much fun.
This is a safe space.
This is so much fun. Let's talk about it.
Did you used to work with a guy like that?
Yeah. He did. I can answer the question for you.
Before Hardy answers, yes, that's correct.
No, this isn't so much
sites he went to.
This isn't even so.
Show?
This isn't even so much.
Played certain games during your show.
He didn't know you could see who he was following.
Yeah, he wasn't aware of how social media worked at the time.
There was a couple guys in this industry that were that way.
Yeah.
But the thing is that so this isn't like reaching out to the porn star and going like, "Hey, I'm a fan." Then that's the fantasy of being with the porn star.
Right.
This is, I'm watching pornography. So are you guys. Let's chat. there's some things that
I feel good about what I've just done, and I would like to talk about.
I don't even feel bad about doing that, but so that's not even it. It's just it's very, very funny to me that the instinct is, let's linger and start chatting with the other people. Like, instead of let's just get this done, and then, all right, the dopamine's been released, and it's time to take a nap. It's like, nah, let's make this a lifestyle.
Hey, Zoe, good trip?
Oh, it was outstanding.
Yeah?
One of my favorite places to go to, Newark.
Yeah, it's good stuff. It's easy to get to, too, those Meadowlands.
24 hours that was.
You should try to get there without a police escort. It's a lot of fun. All right, Zolak and Bertrand, hardworking, being next. Zoe off the team plane. That'll do it for us, everyone.